welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 9, your weekly dose of Open StarCraft. I'm, of course, your host, VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. Up first, we have a lovely ZVT, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Terran player. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Nicaract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Again, I do recommend checking out the bracket. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. We are live with the round of 32. 32 amazing players, actually slightly more than that. And there was a lot to really digest. There was a lot to go over. I had to make a tough call here, but we are diving into the lower half of the bracket. And we'll get into the upcoming matches after this series. We'll be jumping into it. For the time being, though, going to be settling into our first round match. Again, Nicaract did, of course, come second place in this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. Did come second to Zan, but we'll see how he compares here in this ZVT. Had a very clutch, very intense series against Demi, and something that we did see over the weekend is how aggressive Nicaract was. We saw 2-1-1, a Hellbound push out of him in Game 2. We saw an 8 ranks 3 base all-in as well. Nicaract was very aggressive, very intense, and I'm sure, we have seen that kind of trend from Nicaract in ZVT's past, whether it's against players like Demi, whether against players like Young Yakov, Wayne, and Eva. Nicaract is constantly in his opponent's faces, and we'll see if that continues here against Rex. Meanwhile, on the other hand, on the other side, Rex is also a very unorthodox player. I don't know if I would necessarily say aggressive, but Rex, he does often come up with his own builds. He does often come up with his own specialized play, which has made him a killer and a sniper in WTL. In the best of 2 format, Rex, he could take down anyone. We saw him go toe-to-toe with Raynor. We saw him take down Cure. Like, Rex, he got some pretty amazing games, pretty amazing showings in World Team League because of that. But in a longer series, in a longer format, that's where Rex has to rely on not just his trickery, not just his builds, but on his standard play as well. So we'll see how he compares. For now, we're settling in. Getting into our Hatchcast pool, into our third base. A standard play here so far out of Rex. Meanwhile, the Reaper has arrived, threatens to dive into the natural, but the Lings are in position, and Rex should not lose any drones. Likewise, shouldn't lose any Lings either. Yeah, just dancing with the Reaper. Does pull away, biding his time, waiting for the initial Queen. Oh! Drone takes a lot of hits, but the Queen pops out, and Rex, he defends. Doesn't lose any Lings, doesn't lose any drones. Does zone the Reaper back. So far, so good. Nicaract, he does think about diving onto that tumor, but alas, is forced back. Ooh, taking a lot of hits. Back across the map, it is going to be 3 CC before starport. Economic builds here out of Nicaract. We have seen him embrace 2-1-1s or even 1-1-1s in the past, but here, standard economic. So far, so good. We're calming things down, we're settling in. No major signs of aggression from either player, not yet. And we can settle in. Of course, this is our second broadcast of the day. Earlier today, we were covering the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. If you missed out, I do recommend the VODs. It was a very intense tournament, very intense broadcast. I did actually sleep in between. I had like a 4-hour nap. I slept after KSL, but before WardiTV, and I'm energized. I'm ready. Not gonna lie, I'm not too satisfied with my cast earlier today. I was very tired. I was very tired, very sleepy, but yeah. So I wasn't able to fully give it my all. I'll be honest, for the KSL cast. It wasn't bad, but I could feel myself just like forcing myself to stay focused is maybe the better way of putting it. I was struggling to focus on something there. That's smooch. But we're good. Well rested. We are good to go. As the Overlord dips in. Again, this week we have just a really intense schedule. I think almost every day this week we have 2 events. We have 2 tournaments to cast, so just trying to get back into the swing of things after, taking some time off in the off-season, after being a little bit more lax with our casting. Now we have to just go back in. We have to send it. Speaking of sending it, Nicaract goes into the natural. Does go for the dive. Lings in position, but alas, they're not quite able to deny them into the main. Hellions, they keep on going. 2 drones go down and working their way into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled away. So far, so good. Rex, no major damage yet. Some of the workers are lining up. For the Queens, they do wall up. They do wall up. And the Hellions should be shut down. Whew. Again, this could have been so much worse. But only 3 drone kills for how many Hellions? For 4 Hellions and 1 Reaper. That was not a worthwhile trade for Nicaract. He was hoping for a little bit more. He saw an opening. I mean, he did make his way into the main. That is true. But he did not get into the mineral lines. Meanwhile, Banshee does hit the main base. Cloak is research spore is not ready. The Banshee will get a couple of extra drones. So it'll be 3 drone kills. Not bad. Gets 3 workers, backs the hell up, should be able to escape, and behind this is getting into his 3rd CC, into his 3 rack setup. I say that, getting into his 5 rack setup. And this is where I pose the question, just because we have seen Nicaract be hyper-aggressive in the past, does he go for a 3 base all-in? Still a little bit too early to tell, but we'll keep an eye on the racks count of Nicaract, and on whether or not he takes extra gases. You know, Banshees, they dip in between the bases. Oh, going for the Queens. Last second transfuse, they hold their own. Speaking of 2 events a day, tomorrow is going to be the Pigosaur Cup and Alima League. So today was KSL and Wardy. Tomorrow is Pig and Alima League. Day after is going to be Code for Giants Cup. I mentioned before, we're going to be also casting the Infolet League as well. That's going to be on Friday. It's going to be a replay cast. The Infolet League was yesterday, the playoffs and the finals. Well, the semis and the finals were yesterday. While I was asleep. We'll be casting that on Friday. And of course, we have the podcast this week as well. And the Punch cast. So a lot going on. And that's all before the weekend. Meanwhile, Nicaract, he does take gases. Let's go. Takes his gases at his 3rd, going for a 4cc. Nicaract is not going for an all-in. The Changeling will confirm. The Changeling gets eyes on the CC timing, on the gases, on the setup. And that tells Rex to drone. That tells him it is safe to get his 4th base up and running. You can see 9 drones on the way. Rexy knows he can get up to around 3.5 base saturation, around 73 workers at least, and build up. So a very nice scout by Rex. Links are being active. Nicaract moves out on the right-hand side. Rex is aware. Does spot the move out with the Zelnaga. It's getting in position. Likewise, Infestation Pit's on the way. I should also emphasize as well, just to be sure, just in case anyone is wondering, this is not on the PTR. Fun fact, oh my god, that's very nice cleanup here on the Bailings. But our events this weekend, even end of last week, have been on the PTR. So is the Pigosaur Cup. So will Alima League. Alima League will also be on the PTR. The WardiTV Monday is not. It's not on the PTR, unfortunately. It's just going to be still on the current patch instead. But I do know there have been some issues with the PTR, and hopefully that doesn't negatively impact Alima League tomorrow. Fingers crossed. And Pigosaur as well. As Nicaract, he does break out. We'll see Rex, he does commit. Collapsing on the army. And he will be able to force to pick up. Ooh, decent connections as well. The medevacs that were full. Medevacs were full, not enough room for all the Marines. So nice clean up there by Rex. Meanwhile, as he deflects the army, the creep. The creep is looking quite solid here for our Zerg player, spreading all the creep, getting halfway across the map. Meanwhile, Nicaract, he does establish his 4th. I mean, this is the power of Golden Aura. It's quite difficult to break a 4-basing player, so both players are working towards the late game. But Rex is looking that much more comfortable so far. And when it comes to his tech, he isn't just working towards the Hive, but he is working towards a Hydra Den. Potentially Lurker tech, I would imagine. If it was going into Ultras, we wouldn't really be spending gas here on Hydras and upgrades. So it should be Ling Bane, Hydra, Lurker, Viper here for Rex. Should be the composition of choice. We'll see if he can get there. But now, still looking quite comfortable, getting a 5th hatchery. Still droning up. Spreading more creep. And we could be here for a while. There's a reason why we often see long, late game here on a Golden Aura. Is because the Zerg player has no big incentive to push into any of these 3rd or 4th base setups. So the Zerg player is going to be staying back, and likewise the Terran is going to turtle up and max out. Usually. Is usually the case. So far, Nickrat going for a split push. Rex is keeping up. A lot of creep is being cleaned up, though. It's being denied. Again, another worst trade from Nickrat, boosting in towards the main. Does force a big reaction here out of Rex. Is out of position. Yeah, spores are denied. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel on some of them as well. Things to get here, but that was a solid trade from Nickrat. Forcing back the army, killing some spores. Main army pushes on the left-hand side. Rex, he's still out of position. Again, he was dragged over on the other side of the map. Rex in a bit of trouble here, and the go base is going to be denied. Nickrat, he's ready for it. Oh. And, oh, that's going to be a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. So far, so good. Nickrat, he's gaining ground, double expanding at the same time, going for his 5th and 6th base. And he does establish himself here with a solid tank line. Rex moving out. Despite having Hive Tech, I believe no Vipers. Oh, no, never mind. 2 Vipers are out. Vipers are massing energy. Double dropping to the main. Rex in position. And he is ready. Power bombs coming in. At the same time, Rex, he does hit the 5th. Does try to at least. But he cannot fully engage. He cannot fight this head on. Not with this kind of army, not without lurkers or vipers. As Nickrat, he is pushing it again. The creep is receding quite heavily here. Rex, he had a decent start, but again, he has to respect this. Pulling away. Vipers have to regather energy after those power bombs. Rex forced to engage. A couple of bio units here and there. Rebuilding his Link Bane. Storm's on the way. We have the Lurker down. We have the Lurker upgrades, but no Lurkers yet. Lurkers that won't help too much against this tank-based army. Rex is up against the wall. He's waiting for those Vipers. Hatchery's going to go down. Vipers diving in. And Rex is going to commit. Throws down a couple of lightning clouds. Let's cover 4 of those tanks, but there's still so many more tanks behind this. Ooh, the tank line is brutal. Banelings, they trickle in. It looks like there may barely be enough Ling Hydra. Yeah, there is. Whew. The tanks are barely cleaned up. Vipers went down. It was a brutal trade for Rex, but he cleans up the army, even takes down the final ghosts. Oh, there's 1 ghost left. Oh my god, barely saved. The ghost is saved. Rex actually pushing towards the 3rd. Reinforces with Lings. He could actually commit here. Nickrat doesn't really have much to defend, but Rex doesn't know that. He backs off, re-expands. And now he can embrace the Lurkers. The Lunkers, they're coming! Meanwhile, the Vipers did not survive, so no more Vipers here for the Zerg. Purely Ling Bane Lurker. Storm into the main. Meanwhile, it's going to be jumping in the army. Tanks caught on siege. Ooh, 4 tanks going down. And the Planetary as well. Much better engage here for Rex. Planetary should go down. And the Storm does not go up in the main. Does not get up and running. Nickrat, he keeps up. Denies the Nidus. Here still lurking in the main. Rex, he's just denying this 5th base. Sorry, 6th base, I should say. As I guess the 5th did get up and running here towards the south. It's going to be on Rex to rotate and respond. How does he? Just now rebuilding his Vipers. No factory-based units here. Yeah, forced to cancel on the expansion. Rex taking the gold. Rex just doing everything he can here to make sure that there is no 6th base. And the 5th is yet to be fully saturated. True. Rex is heading in that direction. Only 2 tanks ready. The others further behind, and Nidus room into the main. And CranKy does respond. Denies the Nidus. And CranKy recovered. He has since recovered. He's remaxed. Would like another expansion, but for now at least he's holding on. Holding on, takes down the Nidus Worm. Rex rotating through to the center. Still waiting for those Vipers though. I believe there's 4. Yeah, 4 Vipers. They just gathered energy. They just killed an Evo Chamber. It's fine. Oh wait, no. Never mind. Those are Changelings, not Broodlings. They just gathered up their energy. They're ready to go. And here come the Vipers for the second fight. Here come the Blinding Clouds. And they cover the tanks. Lean Bank collapses in. Most of the Vipers go down. He's trying to get on top of the Ghosts. But the Ghosts, they do spread well, and this was not the fight for Rex. CranKy will spread very nicely here despite the Blinding Clouds. Most tanks survive. The Planetary survives, and yeah, Rex, he just throws away a big chunk of his supply. He's rebuilding 100 Lings. Oh my god. 100 Lings on the way. Rex, he burns through most of his mineral bank. Oh my god. Lurker shots go off. CranKy, no, he gets caught on siege. Oh my god. He pushes onto Kree, but a massive blunder here. GG gets called. CranKy gets caught with his pants down, and Rex takes game number 1. Ay. Again, it was a good fight for CranKy earlier when he defended at his 5th. When he was able to defend, when he was able to reset the Viper count as well. But then he pushed onto Creep. He got surrounded, walked into the Lurkers, and oof, that was brutal. That was a very sudden end there. CranKy even had a bank behind it, but he lost everything: his tanks, his bio, his ghost. More importantly, oof, that was a rough final fight there. GG, and Rex takes a lead. Rex does take a lead. And now we'll see how the story ends. Jumping into game number 2. Ooh, let's go. Easy come, easy. I mean, CranKy, he was playing so well up until that point, right? Like, he had the supply lead, like, he had a high ghost count as well. Very heavy ghost counts. But got a little bit too excited, I think. I think after that fight, after the previous fight, I think CranKy maybe got a little bit too overconfident. He was like, let's go! And we saw what happened there. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if we can bounce back and force an ace match. I mean, I hope so. But I'm a little bit shocked to see this map of all maps here in the best of 3. Oh boy, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series. Pressure's on, we'll see if we can bounce back and force that game 3. It is CranKy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing Offside Esports from the land of Taiwan. It is Rex. Going for the 15-15, going for the gold. Oh boy. Again, Dynasty is one of the most viewed maps in the map pool. Whenever a Zerg player goes for Dynasty, usually it is for this gold. Again, you can rush into it here on the other side, rush into the gold minerals, rush into the rich Messine gas geyser as well. And this usually leads into a roach-based all-in or roach-based play. Now, the plus side about what Rex is going for from the side of CranKy is that this is very common. This is just a very common build on Dynasty, so I'm sure CranKy has encountered this before. And we'll see if CranKy can punish this, more importantly. See if he can. Now, Rex just getting into his initial build. Likewise, CranKy going for his own Rax Expand setup as well. And we have seen CranKy be hyper-aggressive in the past in this matchup, going for Hellbat pushes, going for 2 or even 3 base all-ins to try to apply and keep that pressure on. We have seen Bjorn very often and very frequently punishing this with 2-1-1s. with a 2-on-1 setup, sometimes with Hellbat, sometimes not, but just being hyper-aggressive and pulling the Zerg player apart. There is potential. There's potential for Nicaract. We'll see what he goes for. For now, Rex, he does main art over, does saturate the gold, and does prioritize that high-yield gas geyser as well. And again, this should be for roaches. Meanwhile, Nicaract, he did not SCV scout, so initially he's playing a little bit blind, a little bit in the dark, but now the Reaper's moving out across the map to confirm. Meanwhile, there's that Roach Warren in the main, as we did mention. Rex is skipping link speed to rush into roaches, and this most likely is going to be for some committed play. Reaper confirms there is no natural. The Queen is out in the main. Reaper getting behind the mineral line, and it can threaten those drones. So good. Queen gets a lot of hits in. Reaper backs off. And even though Nicaract hasn't seen the Roach Warren, he should know. He should be aware. Especially upon seeing the gas geyser as well. Or the base. Bunker is on the way in the low ground. Now, this is a bold move for Nicaract. When you're up against an all-in, and Nicaract has yet to confirm whether or not it's an all-in, as roaches are amassing, but usually it is a little bit safer for the Terran player to defend the main. To throw down a bunker in the main base and defend here on the high ground. Defending on the low ground is that much more difficult. It is going to be quite difficult here for Nicaract. We'll see if he can pull it off. Cyclone production has begun. And here come the roaches. And it is an all-in. It's going to be Roach Ling here for Rex. He can morph in some Ravagers as well. And this is going to be a tough hold for Nicaract. We do have some Cyclones on the way. It is going to be the 2-on-1 setup, as we mentioned before. So he's going to have a massive amount of Marines to work with. Does spot the roaches, but again, can Nicaract hold the low ground? The boys are going to have to be pulled to repair. The Ravagers are morphing in. And Rex is soon going to pull the trigger. There we go. Nicaract, he does pre-pull the boys. Is ready for the repair. Cyclone takes out an Overlord. Only 2 Ravagers, so the bunker is safe and sound for now. And Nicaract, he is holding. But more Lings are on the way. And Rex, he's waiting for Link speed. Oh, Rex supply blocked! Uh-oh. Sniping that Overlord was brutal. So a big supply block for Rex. He just now breaking out. Still not. That did delay Ravager production. So killing that Overlord was actually a massive move here for Nicaract, and can he hold because of it? Now to 4 Ravagers. Going for the Biles. SCVs aren't quite here. Bunker is going to go down. Oof. And Lings, they collapse in. They get a surround on the Marines. And Rex, he has broken the natural base. The bunker does get repaired, though. But what about everything else? The Marines get surrounded. SCVs are falling. Cyclone as well. And the natural has been broken. Again, just a little bit greedy here for Nicaract to defend at the natural. Will lose all of his SCVs. And Nicaract, now he's going to be contained on 1 base. Rex is going for the tank. Oh, can he get it? It's close. Barely not. The tank barely does survive. The Miles. Oh my god. Does get the tank. 15 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Rex can drone. He's done enough damage. He can drone up. He can get into a macro game. And Nicaract, he's really hoping here for his medevac timing to pop off and to somehow recover. It's a rough call to make. I mean, Nicaract, he has Stim, but he barely has any Marines. There's just not many Marines here to work with. Still going for the reactor. Nicaract, he's stuck at home. And Rex is looking quite comfortable. He's looking very comfortable here. Saturating his bases, getting his lair. Right now, the best chance for Nicaract is for Rex to be maybe a little bit too greedy. If he drones up too much, if he gets a 4th expansion, if he techs, if Rex is lacking an army, and if Nicaract gets across the map, then he can do a lot of damage. But really, Nicaract, he's hoping and waiting for Rex to make some mistakes. Another opportunity would be Rex maybe overextending and, you know, trying to rush into the natural again. Is setting up the Jobber harass towards the natural, towards the gold. Nicaract getting in position though. The Marines are ready. Somewhat the drop does slip in. Barely the Marines out of position. Lings, they go for they will delay the CC. They force a cancel. And again, that's more than enough for Rex. Does cancel the expansion. Getting into 1-1. And the next wave, the next step here for Rex should just be going for a 1-1 timing. Nickrack finally able to move out with his drops. I mean, this is going to be 16 Stim Marines. They do have a lot of power behind them. They can threaten the Lings, threaten the Queens. Roaches are amassing. Nickrack, he does catch 2 Overlords, not bad. And a Roach. Lings, they come in a little bit prematurely. Once again, better trade here for Nickrack. Takes out all the Lings. And can he get on top of the Ravager? Oh, barely he can. Again, efficient trades here by Nickrack. Takes down 21 Lings, 2 Overlords, a Ravager, and 3 Roaches for 9 Marines. Well worth it for the Terran. But now the Roach count is building up. You know, now Rex is looking that much more secure. Nickrack still pushing, though. Does have a comparable army. Without Ravagers pushing into all these tanks is going to be difficult for Rex. He's going to have a hard time. Ravagers now morphing in. Just 1 Ravager, though. Nickrack pushing towards the gold. Tanks are sieging. Ooh, but Nickrack has to be very careful with how and when he stims. It does catch the Queen. Couple of tank shots going up. Nickrack trying to bait the army in. And Rex, he does commit. He goes for this round. Collapses on the Marines, going for the tanks as well. And there are just too many Roaches. And Rex, he overwhelms. It was still a decent trade here and a good fight for Nickrack initially, but was cleaned up. And again, there's just so much pressure on Nickrack to go for moves like that. To push in to make use of the army. Lastly got cleaned up. And now Rex is getting ready for his own push. He's got 1-1 upgrades. Knocks down the rocks. Rex is building up his Roach Ravager. Nickrack behind this, embracing his gold. Is catching up in the economy. I mean, the worker counts are quite similar. Even getting a Ravager as well. Not bad. But it's the army. It's the army that I'm concerned by, as Rex has double the army supply. There's just not enough support here for these tanks. Rex pushing in. The tanks have to back up. Again, they're just a little bit too far back. Nickrack is going to make a stand here at the natural base. Can he try to hold on the Wilds? They take down both tanks. Yeah, the tanks fall. The boys are being pulled. And it's just too much for Roach Ravager. Yeah, the final tank goes down. GG gets called. Rex will overwhelm, and Rex will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. It was an ambitious move for Nickrack to try to defend his natural. For the most part, he did scout the all-in, but as we mentioned, defending the natural base is a very difficult thing to do against a Roach Ravager all-in like that. Nickrack, he did attempt it, and alas, did lose a little bit too much in that defense. He was able to pop off afterwards when it came to his drop play, when it came to his pushes, but he was playing from behind. He was trying to recover from that deficit and wasn't quite able to make up for that. Meanwhile, game 1 was very intense, was very back and forth, and I do think that Nickrack, he did have a stronger showing in the first game. We had more of a back and forth, but there was just a brutal end to that game when Nickrack was caught unsieged, caught on creep, just a really rough end to the first game. I was hoping for an ace match. Maybe next time. Maybe next time here. Regardless, GG, well played. Rex will take the series and will advance on to the round of 16. And now we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We switch our scenes over, and we have some catching up to do. Oh my god. A lot of matches already finishing up. Jesus. A lot of matches are finishing up. From the top, we have Clem. We have Clem versus Mocha in the first round. Oh my god. In that TVZ, I think Mocha's a Zerg player. I could be mistaken. They are facing off. Meanwhile, Goblin versus Young Yakov, also mid-series. That was also another tempting series to jump onto. Best of luck to Goblin and Young Yakov as they do face off. Scrolling down, Trap takes down T-Bull 2-0 already. Very fast series. Trap does advance on to face off against Cure in that third round. Is going to be, I believe, a rematch. No, not quite a rematch. But they both did face off in KSL against other players, and now they're facing off here in the WardiTV Monday. They are facing off. Scrolling down, we have Hero. Hero takes out Middle VK 2-0. Hero now up against Ryung in the second round, in the round 16. Likewise, Björn takes down Lochka. Skilless takes down Shameless, and Björn's up against Skilless in the round 16. A lot of TVPs. Actually, purely Terran versus Protoss. We have Trap versus Cure, Hero versus Ryung, and Björn versus Skilless. Oh, wait. Where are the Zerg players, Pappy? Where are the... I mean, that's why we dove on Rex. That's why we dove on Rex versus Nigract. I did see the lack of Zerg representation, so I did want to cover some Zerg matches while I could. While we could, Pappy, while we could. Scrolling down, we have Max Pax. Max Pax, he's waiting for the winner of Demold versus Into the Rings. We have Battle B versus Lemon in a Terran versus Protoss. We have Oliveira versus Dash, another TVP. We have Creator versus Aragfire in a PvP. And we have the lower round wrapping up as well. Classic versus Nightmare, locked in a Protoss versus Protoss. Rex waiting for the winner of Solar and Steg System. And yeah, that's quite a first round that is halfway done. At this point is halfway done. Also, shout out to those in the chat as well. Slowjo, Hatzel, Doom as well. Welcome. Sharma. Good to see you all. Good to see you. And Rex still is waiting though, so we don't quite have a match yet. I'm still a little bit on the fence as to where to go from here. Still trying to figure out where we are headed. Oh boy. We're going to be focusing mainly on the lower half of the bracket. Let me just quickly scroll down. There we go. Man. Let us scroll down. Looks like Solar is looking for his opponent. There might be a walkover there. I believe Steg System... No, my apologies. Did play out his series earlier. So I might jump into Solar's match. I might jump into Classic versus Nightmare. Actually, I just realized all these players towards the lower half of the bracket, they're going to be playing on the Korean server. So we most likely going to have to switch over to the Korean server. A lot of Korean representation, of course, in the WardiTV Monday. A lot of Korean representation, and yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for a series to open up. I'm gonna be waiting. It might be wise to just head over to the Korean server now. Yeah, we'll switch over. Switch over to the Korean server. Of course, Wardy is also casting in English. Wardy, I believe, is covering the upper half of the bracket, and eventually we'll join up. Eventually we will join up, and we'll be covering the same matches. We will get there. Until then, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. Ooh, Aragfire took down Creator. Oh my god. I mean, I know Creator has been on a break. He just came back from France, I believe. Like, Creator, he was traveling. He was on vacation. But Aragfire brings him down 2-1. That's a big win. Oliveira versus Aragfire. I mean, we could jump into that. True. Let's go. That's about to start. Okay, I'll be honest, I have not casted Aragfire in a long time. It's been a couple of months. Been like maybe 3-4 months. Very long time. I'm more than happy to cast some Aragfire. Okay, well, while we set up, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our next series. One of these lower bracket matches. So see you guys in a couple of minutes. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get some rest, and we'll see you guys soon for some more StarCraft. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the WardiTV Monday number 9. Welcome to the round of 16, and we're just jumping right into our second series of the night. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Currently teamless, but repping his old Alpha X logo, his old Alpha X clan. It is CranKy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Coming into this, I would say that Oliveira is the heavy favorite, but I have not actually casted CranKy in a very long time. He is a very young player, very young up-and-comer in the European region. He has been rising the ranks, and yeah, I wouldn't believe that he can take it here to Oliveira. I mean, hey, CranKy, he already took down Creator 2-1. That's a big win. It's a big win for CranKy. It is a PvP, is a different matchup. True. That is definitely true, but I want to believe he can translate some of that here to his PvT as well. We'll see. We shall see. As he does move out. So far, so good. Oliveira going for an economic opener. Single gas start here from our Red Terran, going for a Rax expand. CC most likely on the low ground. And CranKy will confirm this. As the probe dipped in and got eyes on the single gas geyser. Likewise, CranKy going for a Gate Cyber into expansion, so standard opener out of our Protoss. Oh, even does force the off-center CC as well. Nothing too major, but a nice little win here for CranKy. Will delay the economy slightly for Oliveira. And he does get the hell out of there. Does pull away. Will pull away. Oliveira going for the initial Marine. Reactor follow-up. Getting ready for, I would imagine, his Reaper production, or preserving his gas to go into a faster factory, into something a little bit more tech-heavy in the follow-up. Keep an eye on Oliveira. Again, Oliveira has been taking a more aggressive approach in this matchup. We speak about this all the time, but there was an interview now a couple of months ago at this point where Oliveira spoke about his growth in the matchup, spoke about how he had a discussion with Maru about how he was struggling for a very long time being more of a reactive player and trying to counter the Protoss, when Maru was like, no, you're trying too hard. Like, Papi, ape it up, be the aggressor instead, force the Protoss to respond to you, and you can have a little more success there. And Oliveira, since then, has been more aggressive, has found more success, has been more dominant in the TVP matchup. And we'll see what that leads into. For now, Reactor Marine production, we do have that Cyclone follow-up into the 111, into that starport. Meanwhile, CranKy, we have his tech of choice, Twilight Council. It's going to be the Twilight Council for the Protoss player. This should be for Blink, but the question now becomes, how many gateways? 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? Depending on how many gateways, it will depend. It will dictate how aggressive or how economic CranKy is going to be. As there's the recentering of the command center. Adepts, they threaten the shade. They keep Oliveira on his toes. Oh. Yes, they try to. Eric does pull away. And additional gateways are in production here. Okay, it's going to be 1 gateway on the low ground. And oh my god, that's going to be 3 gateways in the main. It's going to be 4 gates Blink Stalker. That Max Pax, is that you? CranKy being hyper aggressive here. And it's going to be on Oliveira to defend, to survive against this, and to get ready back at home. Tech Lab's on the way. That's going to be for the first tank. Did open up initially Cyclone. The reason for this, the reason why tank production is going to be a little bit more delayed, is because Oliveira didn't scout. Oliveira doesn't know what's going on. For all he knows, it could be a Stargate Phoenix opener, could be Oracles, could be 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Oliveira is playing blind. As a result, he's going to be moving out. Again, first tank is still on the way, but he does rock up here with 2 Cyclones with Master Marine. And can he break the natural? No shield battery. Uh-oh. No safety shield battery here for CranKy. And before we can start warping in and making use of all those gateways, the army is here. I mean, he does push into the natural. Stalkers get in position. Medevac goes down. Oh, that's already 2 Stalkers going down. There's only 4 left. Oh, down to 3. But in this micro there from CranKy does not save the Stalker. And Oliveira, he's popping off. Takes out another Stalker. Blink kicks in. Another Stalker goes down. Ay. And some brutal losses, some brutal trades. And this is more than good enough for Oliveira. He doesn't break CranKy, but that's 5 probe kills. Denied mining time, and how many Stalkers went down? 7. Oof, 7 Stalker kills. Again, Arcfire, he did not have a safety shield battery, no overcharge. Likewise, there was a bit of miscontrol with the Prism as well. A lot of Stalkers went down. And even though Arcfire is counterattacking, even though he has a 4-gate setup, he doesn't really have the economy or the momentum to really keep this going. But he has to try. Arcfire, he has to try. Is breaking out. There's 2 bunkers on the low ground. There's a tank. There's bunkers on the way high ground as well. Oliveira, he's just fortifying himself. He's walling up, walling off. And the Protoss has to commit. He's pushing in. Oh, into 2 bunkers. Dives on the tank. The first tank is going to go down. Oh, Raven under fire as well. Now for the bunkers, they hold their own. Take down some Stalkers. That was 1 Stalker falling. But Arcfire, he does not stop. Warps in another round, rotating into the main. Here's the tank in position. Big volley goes off, takes down a Stalker. Boys being pulled to repair. Auto turrets get placed prematurely, and hey, they do work out. Preemptive auto turrets. Stalkers are falling. Marines, they try to dive on the Prism. Prism is low. Again, low. We do snipe the Raven, though. Nice pick off from Arcfire. Gets the Raven, but he's forced out of the main. And this is still not enough damage. Oliveira still has a worker lead. Arcfire rotates towards the natural. Ooh. Doesn't find a way in. And soon, Oliveira will break out. He's even going double factory. Oh my, wait, what? I didn't realize. I was like, wait, double factory? And then it sets in. Triple factory. He's making it up. He's crazy. Estelle Oliveira. Stalkers dive into me at the same time. Haley run by across over the probes. Oh, they line up the probes. Not like this. Massive heli volleys here in the natural. Probes are going down left and right. 12, 14 workers falling. Ay, ay, ay. 15. Casito, not quite. 14 probes fall. Arcfire does have a 3rd, but he lost so many workers. And what's terrifying is the tank count's getting higher. I do like the dive lobs here into the natural, sorry, into the mineral line. Trying to force some friendly fire. But the Viking has arrived. The main army breaks out. And Oliveira, he gets a 3rd. He gets a 3rd, and he's making it up. Oh boy. 4 CCs on the way, building up more tanks, building up more cyclones. Arcfire now fully aware, of course. He did scout the main. He's working towards charge lots. Now, what I will say, there's a reason why mech isn't seen too often in this matchup. Charge lots, Archon, Immortal trade so efficiently against this kind of army. So well. But that also depends on the Protoss player having the better economy. That is currently not the case. Zells dive in, they force some friendly fire. But Zells say melts, Stalkers as well. They kind of push into, oh god! They kind of push into the tanks, not like this. GG gets called, and Oliveira will take game number 1. GG. With mech of all things. Now, to be fair, in a sense, Oliveira could have done anything at that point. If you remember, the initial double cyclone bio push did so much damage. He killed 7 Stalkers and 5 probes. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're going 4-gate blink Stalker, every Stalker counts, and every probe counts as well. It was a very aggressive start out of Arcfire, but he didn't see the move out. He did not have a safety shield battery. He was not ready for the initial push, and he lost a lot of momentum then and there. From there, the win condition for Oliveira was defend. Was survive. Was defend, survive the counterattack, which he did, and then from there he snowballed out of control. There was a lot of pressure on Arcfire to try to punish the 3rd base in some way, but that was a brutal showing of the mech follow-up, and with that, GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. As Oliveira takes the first game, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. As we get ready for game 2, a big shout out to Nikita in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you appreciate the content. Hope you appreciate the StarCraft. Oh, as we are jumping into game numero 2. And And it's going to be on Aragfire. It's going to be on Alcyone. And it's going to be on Aragfire to bounce back and to force that ace match. Here we go. Just catching up. Oh, hello, No Clone. Hello. Here we go. We are getting into our game number 2. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Terran player, the Chinese Terran, representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, representing himself, looking to tie things up, looking to bounce back here in game 2 and force the ace match. It is Aragfire. Here we go. And again, unfortunately, Aragfire, he did lose a lot of momentum last game before he could actually embrace his 4-gate blink. Didn't mention at the time, but he lost so much in the early game to the initial move out. Unfortunately, did not see it coming. And we'll see how our players adjust here in game 2. On a larger map like Alcyone, I would not be opposed to Oliveira playing mech again. I would not be opposed to it, but we'll see. See what our Terran player has in store for us. As Aragfire does move out. Will confirm once again an economic opener. So Oliveira just going rack to expand into a faster CC, to a better economy. But the follow-up is really what we're going to be paying attention to. Aragfire likewise going for a gate cyber expand. Standard opener out of our Protoss player, once again forcing the CC to be off-center. Just being as annoying as possible with the first probe. Marine pops out, and the probe does get away. Probe is fended up. So far, so good. Oliveira getting into his factory. Safety bunker on the low ground to make sure he's safe against the depth harass. Not cutting any corners. And so far, we just have the same setup as game 1. And again, it's going to be on Aragfire to be active with the Adept and to scout, to get a read on the army composition, on any kind of move out as well. The Zonaga will help with that, true. As long as Aragfire has Zonaga, he will spot a move out ahead of time if it goes through the center. And once again, Twilight Council opener. Now, it's very possible after game 1 that Aragfire, he might just feel a little bit frustrated about not actually getting into his 4-gate blink. Like, he was working towards that build, but he kind of stumbled into it after the early game in game 1. So may try to do it again. May feel like he has to redeem himself and have a better execution of the 4-gate blink. We'll see. Keep an eye on the gate count. Oliveira getting into his 1-1-1. Reactivating out those Marines. This time going for the tech lab on the factory. Interesting. May just go for an add-on swap into initially Banshee production. Could go for a faster Raven. But this time he's not going for a medevac. He's not going for an early push. So is deviating. Meanwhile, Hellion moves out. Gets 3 probe kills. Oh my god. 3 probes to 1 Hellion. Very nice trade here by Oliveira. And we have confirmation it is Cloak Banshee. So it's going to be a Cloak Banshee tank push here from Oliveira. Again, this was very trendy around the era of, or even before EWC. Amongst the Korean Terrans, amongst the eventually European Terrans as well. Was very popular a couple of months ago. And this can hit quite hard. Now, Oliveira, he can go about this one of 2 ways. He can either harass with Banshees and move out with his tank-based army and try to hit another base, or he can just bring everything together and go for one big push instead. See how he does execute this in the end. Meanwhile, Arc Fire did open up Blink, but this time only 2 gates. So 2-gate Blink out of Arc Fire into a faster third, so very economic opener this time by Arc Fire. It means that he won't be too aggressive, he won't be too assertive, he won't have a Warp Prism, he won't have, vision into the main. He is moving out with some Stalkers, but it's just for map control. So Arc Fire just going for a much more macro approach this time. As Banshees, they skirt around the edge of the map, headed towards the main. And we can see that Oliveira is not going for a 2-base all-in, 3rd CCs in production. So Oliveira, he is going to be macroing up from here. Arc Fire going to be tempted to dive into the main. The Banshee has arrived. 3 probe kills already, 4 probes. 4 probes go down. Observers on the way. It's a little bit too far back, and it's going to be 8 probe kills. Banshee gets cleaned up. Arc Fire, he does blink into the main. That's a 2nd factory. That's a 3rd. God damn it. He's playing mech again. That's a 2nd and a 3rd factory on the way. Oliveira, he is meching it up. Meanwhile, another Banshee does rock up here at the natural. This time there's a shield battery. This time Arc Fire doesn't lose too much. Just mining time. Arc Fire, he is keeping up, but Oliveira takes an economic lead thanks to all the worker kills, and it will soon take his 3rd. The Observer does fly too close to the sun. More factories on the way. Oh boy. Oh, and the Banshee still keeps going. Hits the 3rd. Arc Fire being pulled apart. 4 more probe kills. Banshee does get away. Oh, does attempt to. Cloak runs out, and looks like the Banshee will finally go down. A nice cleanup here by Arc Fire. Meanwhile, Oliveira going for Hurricane Engines. Building on more Cyclones. Forcing back the Stalkers. Oh. And checking the vision here, Arc Fire, did he see the... Yeah, he did. Okay, I was curious if he saw all the factories. He did spot the additional factories. Charge already done, +1 on the horizon as well. Oh, Arc Fire is supply block. Now is not the time. He's got 700 minerals in the bank. The supply block. Pylons are finishing up. We need warp ins. Arc Fire, he wants to hit here and now before Oliveira can build up and stabilize. No extra gases. Mass charge lot. Observer is denied. See Oliveira throwing down his depots, getting SimCity ready. Charge lots to get on top of the 1st tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down, 2nd tank as well. Not a bad start. Boys are being pulled. And can Arc Fire break Oliveira? Gets the final tank. It looks like he may have just done it. Gets all 4 tanks. Gets into the mineral line. 15 SCV kills. I was a little bit concerned this is going to take too long, but no, it looks like Arc Fire, he does hit just in time. Doesn't kill his opponent, but does get the entire mineral line. 16 SCVs, and he resets the tank count as well. I feel like Arc Fire has to get the hell out of here. Okay, does pull away. Does have to get the hell out of here. Does pull out. And Arc Fire, he can go one of 2 ways from here. He can either just take a 4th base, macro, and settle down and build up, or he can just keep going and just keep pushing in. Just ensuring that Oliveira never really gets a 4th CC up and running and never builds up a deadly tank count either. War Prism is rebuilt. Arc Fire still being active. Meanwhile, Oliveira going Mass Cyclone. Just barely any tanks behind this. 3 more tanks on the way. Does Arc Fire go for another dive? Does he push in again? He's tempted, I'm sure. This time with Archons and an Immortal. Oliveira has a lot of kiting potential with these Cyclones, but defensively, I mean, they can only kite for so long. Here we go. Arc Fire pushing in once again. A little bit mistimed with his flank. Big tank shots going off. Rotate towards the right. Zels, they get trapped on the SimCity. And these are better engagements, better trades for the Terran. Arrow Fire backs off. Ace taking. He throws down a Robotics Bay. I would not be opposed to just embracing Charge Lot Immortal and then working towards Sky Toss. This Bay should be for Disruptors though. So it looks like Arrow Fire is just committing here to a ground-based army. Getting his 4th saturated. So is Oliveira. No tanks in position here towards the 4th. But the Cyclones, they can kite. Cannon will kite back. More Zealots on the way. Oh! Arrow Fire, he thinks about it. We're sniping more Zealots. Even getting within range of the Archons. Oof, Arrow Fire, he's bleeding off some Zealots here. These are some rough losses for the Protoss. We'll pull away. Oliveira holds. Building up more tanks. He has now secured his planetary, secured his 4th. 5th CC's on the way. Likewise, Arrow Fire has map control with that. Takes the gold. Going for extra gases. First Disruptors on the way. Still only 1 Robo, which is a little bit concerning to me. Oh, okay, never mind. This is the 2nd Robo. Thankfully. Isn't quite making use of it, but he has it. It's fine. There we go, making 2 Disruptors at a time. Arrow Fire pushing up the ramp. That was not going to work out well for him, though. Never goes off. D's connection takes down 3 Cyclones. Oh my god. But the tank volleys are brutal. Disruptor goes down. And I feel like we don't have to push into this. Like, calm down, Papi, calm down. Like, Oliveira wants this army to push up the ramp into all these tanks. He wants the fight. Arrow Fire backs off. Did bleed off a couple of key units there. We need to calm down, Papi, calm down. Like, ideally, it doesn't feel good, but against mech, your goal should be just deny the 5th. Deny the 5th base. Not necessarily pushing into this kind of army. Clearly, Arrow Fire wants to dive, but I don't think that's the best course of action right now. He does get eyes on the would-be 5th. And again, it should be on Arrow Fire to deny this expansion, and to not let the meching player get it up and running. Cyclones are forced out onto the map. Chargers, they dive in, but that's a massive siege line. A good kiting here with the Cyclones. Cells, they break through on the left. Nova's going up. But there's just not enough again. Arrow Fire, he pushes into the concave of tanks. Not like this. Tank volleys are brutal. Oliveira being a little bit cavalier, pushing out onto the map. Leading out tanks. And he has yet to expand. Just now getting in position. Arrow Fire, don't think he has enough to deny this expansion. Does rotate. I mean, he knows he needs to, but at this point, he's bled out so much supply. Gets a tank in the end. Does pick up a tank. At this point, it might just be too late. It might be too late to punish this base, is what I mean. Like, now there's another CC. We have a tank line. Cyclones are ready as well. Arrow Fire looking for another way in. We'll find a free tank. Nice rotation. Oliveira having a hard time keeping up. Again, Oliveira isn't maxed himself. Nice kiting though on the Nova. Lock-ons are brutal. They take down the Zealots. The splits. Oh my god. Avoids the Nova for the most part. But Arrow Fire, can he break through? He barely cannot. Once again, bleeding out a lot of units. And Arrow Fire, sure, he has a better economy. He has all these bases, but he's also been taking some rough trades. And again, clearly he does not want to let Oliveira max out. It's on Arc Fire to keep rotating. Like, there are these weak points in the defenses of Oliveira where he doesn't have too many tanks. Likewise here as well, only one tank towards the left. Arc Fire pushing in, trying to force some friendly fire, getting on top of the tanks. We'll take down 4 of them, 5 of them even. Yeah, better engage here from Arc Fire, but has to back up. Now, what's important about that fight is that he only lost Zealots. Only Zealots went down, and the Immortal count is building up. So that was a better trade for Arc Fire. Preserving the Immortals, now up to 5. Disruptors survive this time as well. So he bleeds out his Zealots, then backs off. And then he can just keep replenishing. Just warp in more and more Zealots. Once they go down, retreat. He got like, what, 4 or 5 tanks with that. Immortals pushing in. Arc Fire gaining ground and getting another tank. Getting 2 more tanks. And then again, he runs out of Zealots, he backs off. As long as he preserves the Robo army, he's going to be okay. Because he's trading minerals for gas. Zealots for tanks. That's a lot of Zealots. Let's go. Arc Fire gaining momentum. Both armies are maxing out. Arc Fire rotating. Oliveira fighting out of range of his tanks. Oh, meanwhile, oh god! Arc Fire does overextend. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2 Cyclones falling. Nice splits by Oliveira. These are brutal losses. That was what, half the Disruptors going down. Yeah, now Arc Fire, he has to fight. Bleeding out the Archons. Immortals pushing in. But where are the Zealots? Where's the support? It's not there. Yeah, just a rough fight here for Arc Fire. He's forced to engage. He's going to be pushing in. Breaks through. The Cyclone count's being reset, but he's pushing into so many tanks. Oh my god. There's so many tanks behind this. Massive volleys going off. And you can see Arc Fire, he's just running out of steam. He's running out of Immortals. Down to 3 from what, like 6 or 7. So it's coming in to reinforce. Arc Fire trying to force the issue, comes in from behind, getting on top of the tanks. Very nice flank here with the Zealots. Oh, takes down 3, takes down 4 tanks. Can he do it? It's close. It's a messy fight, but he barely breaks into the natural. Takes down more tanks. There's 3 Immortals left. Oliveira, he wants them. He wants them, and he's going to get 1. Ooh, he's going to get 2. And he might get all 3. He will. All 3 Immortals go down, and that was the backbone of Arc Fire army. That was the only thing keeping him in this game, was the Robo army, the Immortals, the Disruptors. And now he's down to 0. Likewise, though, I was going to say that Oliveira, his army was reset as well, but he's rebuilding his tanks, rebuilding his Cyclones. Oliveira has momentum, and he's pushing. Pushing into a mass amount of Zealots, though. Tanks, they will lay to siege. Not a bad fight for Arc Fire. Gets on top of the tanks. That's, oh my god, most of the tanks go down. Very expensive loss here for Oliveira. Hiding his heart out with those Cyclones. Oh my god. Does run the army around. The 1 tank getting value. And Arc Fire here overextends. Not like this. Oh, the Immortals hiding in the fog of war. In the steam vent, Alas goes down to the skin. And we're just in a really chaotic game state. Very chaotic. Both players are hurting. Both players need time. Can the Mass Zealot pull it off without Immortals? That's the problem here. So they catch a couple of SCVs. At the same time, Liberty harassing across the map. Gets 4 probes as well. Arc Fire pulling Oliveira apart here. Coming in left and right, gets 8 SCV kills. Not bad. Abusing this orbital. I believe this orbital is the main. It was floated over, so no planetary. Planetary for Oliveira. And again, have you seen? You can see how fragile this army is for Oliveira as well. If he's ever caught on siege, like pure zealot can overwhelm. Oh, but that's 17 pro kills. Jesus. To one lib. That's crazy. Liberator going ham. Meanwhile, Arcfire going for a massive rotation towards the left-hand side. And the space is exposed. Only the planetary. Cyclones, they do respond. Oh. They keep up. Force back the Zealots. Oliveira taking another expansion. Zealots, they get a tank. This can still go either way. But it is down to positional play. As that wasn't the best engagement here by Arrowfire, bleeding out a lot of Zealots. Disruptor gets rebuilt. Gets one Hellion, sorry, one Cyclone. And Oliveira looks like he has too much. Just mass Cyclone. Let's go. It's not even the old Cyclone yet. But Oliveira, he does overwhelm. It looks like he has finally done it. Nova goes off. Massive connection. Gets 3 Cyclones. But there's just too much. There's just too much mech. Too many cars, papi. GG gets called, and Oliveira, he will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Oliveira will take it. A very shaky game though, very back and forth. There was some rough moments for Arrowfire, but there was some good moments for him as well. It was a roller coaster ride of emotions, and in the end though, Oliveira was able to stabilize, was able to rebuild and remax his army. As we saw, Arrowfire, after losing his mass immortal based army, he was never able to build it back up. He was never able to get back into that 5, 6, 7 immortal count. He was just stuck on a purely gateway army after losing all of them initially, and never fully recovered from that moment with that GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Oliveira, and a shout out to Arrowfire, of course, for competing. Did have some close matches here against Oliveira, and likewise, shout out to Oliveira for embracing and showing off mech whenever he can. Again, it is something that is done at the highest level of play. We have seen players like Gumiho and Maru flex their mech skills against players like Showtime in the past, for example. That has been done. But it's very niche style, very niche build. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Oliveira does take it. And now we need a moment to embrace the bracket and figure out where we're headed. Oh boy. As we head on over to the Korean server. Hopefully I'm not too late. Let's see. Looks like Solo versus Rex has concluded. Solo takes on Rex 2-0. They're in game. But Solo takes down Rex. Meanwhile, he's going to be facing off against Classic in the next round. Is going to be going up against Classic, and I believe they haven't started, but I'm also looking for them. So, hopefully I can find them. But we may as well switch our scenes over and catch up. We'll switch over. Okay, from the bottom, we have Classic taking down Nightmare 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. Likewise, Solar takes down Rex 2-0 as well, so we have that ZVP. Oh. But I think they've just begun. Yeah, I wasn't quite able to find them. No. Well, I should say I wasn't able to catch them. As I might be able to join. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. but they're about to begin. Meanwhile, we have Max Factor's Battle B currently mid-series when it goes up against Oliveira in the next round. We have a Hero versus Björn in a PvT. Hero takes down Ryung, Björn takes down Skilless, likewise Trap takes down Cure, and Clem takes down Young Yakov. We have a lot of matches currently underway in the quarterfinals, and we have our own. We have found our players. Whew, that was close. Here we go. I believe we're jumping in to a fresh series, I believe. And we're loading into Oceanborn. The teams might be a little bit off. But we are jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Shout out to Classic, by the way. Basically, I reached out and they made their lobby, they started their game, and they did actually end their game just so they can get me in. So thank you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Classic. Much love. As we're able to embrace our series. Here we go. But again, for the most part, the quarterfinals are all underway. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on into the semifinals. Oh boy. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Here we go. Solo is going to be opening up Hatchcast full standard open out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Classic back at home, just going for his own gate expand as well. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Here we go. We are going to be calming things down. And see in the chat, isn't that the build that Björn keeps trying to make work? Usually if Björn is working on a build, Maru's doing the same as well. They are really good friends, so they do often share builds. And I haven't seen Björn embrace mech against Protoss, but I have seen Maru do it, so wouldn't be surprised if it's if it is one and the same. So the probe is being forced out. I know Gumio has his own variation of mech against Protoss as well, but his is like a 2-base all-in variation, like hyper aggressive. It's wild. As a Classic is going into a sec of choice, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Everything looking standard so far. God, it's been so long since I've casted a ZVP. I miss it. Jesus. Earlier today we were casting the KSL and we had so many Terran versus Protosses, so many TVPs in KSL. So I'm happy to embrace it once again. We're back. We're back. But now just a standard opener from Solar. Likewise, Classic should be working towards the Oracle. There we go, Oracle's on the way. Into a third base, into triple Oracle, into the mid game. The question becomes, though, where do we go from there? Does Classic go for a faster Twilight Council before expanding, going for Glaive Adepts? Does he go for a faster Robo? Does he go into +1 Blink Stalkers? Where does Classic take us? As Adepts move out across the map, they threaten a Shade into the natural. They get into the mineral line, they get 1, they get 2 drones already. Not bad. Oh, but 3 drones even. 3 drones go down. Good pickoffs here for 2 Adepts. They won't quite make it out, but nice pickoffs nonetheless. Meanwhile, Classic isn't done. He's getting his third base. The first Oracle has arrived. You can see Classic playing safely here, just keeping the Oracle back at home for good reason, because Solar did go for a surge of Lings. He's moving out across the map to try and hit the third, and Classic is ready for it. Classic is in position. Lings have to back off. They don't get anything done. And after the third base gets thrown down, we see Classic rushing into his Twilight Council and Forge, +1 on Blink. It could be +1 in charge as well, true. I mean, the tech is a little bit early here for Classic. Meanwhile, Oracles move out, and they do barely miss the Lings. And Solar, he's going for the surround, he's going for the cancel. Can he get it? Again, Oracle's out of position. Classic is racing back home. There's one adept to defend, only one. Oh! Solar doesn't go for the base. He doesn't feel too confident in his Lings. Going for the pylon instead, and he will get it. Pylon goes down, Lings are cleaned up. Solo going for a safety Roach Warren. And Classic, he does at least save the third. Does save it in the end. I was curious as to how early the tech was here for Classic, and a big reason why he could afford it. One, he did skip out on Adept Warpins. True. So he did kind of skip out on those Adepts. He also only made 2 Oracles. Only 2 Oracles. So he's getting into his stride that much faster. Gateway Explosion behind this. Gonna be a 4-gate setup for the time being. So Classic cutting corners, and so far he is getting away with it. The downside is that he hasn't been able to harass the mineral lines outside of the initial 2 Adepts. He hasn't really picked off any workers with the Oracles or with any follow-up Adept aggression. And I would usually say that that means that Solar could have been freely droning here, and he could have, but remember, Solar was making Lings. He was making extra Lings, he wasn't droning up as hard. So I would say a better position here for Classic. Behind this, throwing down 2 extra gateways, getting up to a 6-8 setup. We'll take extra gases though. Now moving out across the map, but Blink is now finishing. And Solar, he is cutting worker production. Droning up to 3 bases. But does he saturate the 4th? Now Solar just focusing on Lings, focusing on Roaches. The Roaches are massing up. Okay, Solar's taking. He's going to be taking off from here. Invitation gets thrown down. Working towards a hive. Oh, Stasis goes off on the Lings. Classic trading well. Does reinforce. He wants that 4th. Can he get it? Picking up more Roaches. Getting the Queen. +1 is already done. And this timing from Classic hitting it feels so crisp here. Meanwhile, Solar's been taking. His Roaches are exposed. Now, it's not like this is an all-in for Classic, not at all, but he's still just getting a lot of value. Getting on top of the Roaches, more than falling. These are expensive losses for Solar. He wants the Queen! Gets it! Queen goes down. Trying to drag the army into the stasis. Throughout all this, we do attempt to Ling run by, but Solar doesn't get much done. Classic's in position. High Templar survives. Solar, he's up against the wall. Another Queen falls, and another! And does Classic break Solar here and now? I mean, behind this Classic, he's getting a 4th base. He's working towards Storm. But Solar is struggling to hold on. Does get a couple of Stalkers, though. There we go, finally get some momentum. Classic getting forced back. Again, Classic is playing with fire right now. He's down to 1 Oracle, no stasis traps behind this. And Solar chases him down. And he does punish. Picks off a couple of Stalkers. Classic is forced back, he's gonna have to recall. Oh, actually tries to blink away. Blinks back to reinforcements. Likewise, Lings are rallying across the map as well, and these are expensive losses for now for Classic. Oh my god. That was 18 Stalker kills. 18 Stalkers for 28 Roaches for 54 Lings. That was a lot of Lings going down. It was a brutal trade, but Solar, he saves the base. He doesn't just save the base, he saves his mineral line as well. The drones are still up and running. We do see Lurker Tech now on the way for Solar. He already has the Hive. So Solar is taking into Hydra Lurker Viper. Meanwhile, Classic, Skytos. He's working towards Skytos instead. The Overseer, did Solar see? He did. Did get eyes on the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. So both players are taking up. with Classic's map control, if he was aware, he could deny this 5th. Does spot it. Oh, the wall is open. Hero, is that you? The wall is open. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. 3-4 probes go down. Dipping into main, confirming the tech. But Classic, he does at least deny the 5th. Denies the 5th expansion. Upon seeing all the Stargates, Solar, he throws down the Spire, getting ready for Corruptors. But economically, Solar, he's still not in an amazing position because he was fighting so hard to save the 4th. His 5th base was late. Now, I mean, he's still struggling for a 5th. Worker-wise, Classic is ahead. He was also still out trading Solar as well when it came to the Stalker versus Roach. And before Classic even gets into his Sky Toss, he's already moving out. Storm is done. Remember that, Storm is done. Solo getting ready for a 1-buy, but Classic is fully walling up. Oh my god, that's a lot of cannons! Cannons are ready. Solo pushing on the right-hand side, moving out with his lurkers. At the same time, Classic, he's out of position. Do we go for a base trade, or does Classic run back home? He's turning around. He turns back around. Massive revelation. Tempest, they pick away at the army. Lurker getting a lot of hits off. Another revelation does pop up. But Classic pushing up a ramp, he just can't. Yeah, the Hydras, they bust into the natural. Mineral line's going down. Classic having a hard time engaging. Oh my god. Yeah, pushing into Lurker is never an easy thing to do. And Solar's pushing into the main, going for the production. Now this is going to be a one-way trip. This army is going to be cleaned up, so he has to make it worth it. Oh my god. The ramp is brutal. So many Stalkers going down. Decent storms. The Lurkers are finally going to be cleaned up. But this is still a better trade for Solar. He gets 24 probe kills, depowers the Stargate. Forces out the storms. Going for the High Templar. Oh my god, the value! Solar, calm down! And even though Classic survives this, it took him too long. It took him far too long to clean up all those Lurkers. He was just caught out of position with his pants down. The pants were down, Papi. It was a Hail Mary play, don't get me wrong. Solar just sending it right down mid, right up the ramp, into the natural. It paid off. Now Classic is struggling. He has taken a big economic blow. His production was delayed. Has built up a Tempest company, lost so many High Templar, Archons, and Stalkers in the process. The army is lacking. And Solar, he's reinforcing with more Hydra, more Lurker, and now Corruptor as well. He now has a proper answer to the Tempest. Does have an answer. Oh. Solar diving in. Takes a lot of storms to the face. It's not a pretty fight for Solar, but he does break through. Lurkers pushing in. Corruptors, they take down some of the Tempests. That is still 5 Tempests, though. Uh-oh. And has Solar extended. Does get another Tempest. But the Tempests, they do hold on. Forcing back the army. Again, Solar, he pushed into like 4 storms. Like, that was... that was not the best fight. Not the best trade for Solar. But he wants the Tempest. He wants them. Gets one more. 3 Tempests left. Soon to be down to 2. Oh, barely does get it. But again, not the most efficient trades here from Solar, bleeding out a lot of Corruptors. Oof. Solar is punished. And Classic, he is still in this. He's recovering. It's not a pretty game state. It's getting messy. Both players getting down and dirty. I mean, the worker counts are solid, but Solar, clearly he wants to end the game sooner rather than later. But he just barely can't. Classic getting into a Void Ray production. +1 air attack. Now recommencing. It was denied earlier. there we go. He does push out. So far, lurker shots going off. The ground army's gonna, the ground army's just gonna melt. There's plenty of corruptors as well. And it looks like Solar, he will overwhelm. Takes down the carriers, the Tempest, the ground army. Again, it was a very intense, very back and forth game, but Solar, he has broken his opponent. GG gets called. Solar will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Does take the first game. And honestly, things are looking quite strong for Classic. Classic, he was in the driver's seat for the most part of this game, but if you remember, it all came down to the move out. Classic, he pushed towards the left-hand side as Solar just sent his entire army right down mid, right up the ramp into the natural. Classic was out of position, and Classic had a very hard time pushing into lurkers, up a ramp as well. He lost so much supply pushing up into the natural, then up into the main. He just lost far too much in the process, and with that, GG, Solar takes the lead. Does take lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into that second game. It's going to be on site Delta. We go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing his new team, Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. Oh, good. Sorry, I do apologize. As audio did just bug out for a moment there, but spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. For Twisted Minds, it is Classic. Sorry, I was just dealing with some other things in Discord, and the audio did bug out, so I do apologize. Still apologize for the first fanfare, but it's all good. Just got jumped into the next dimension. Yeah. It was just the audio drivers bugging out there. It's all good. I'm just making sure you're awake, Pappy. True. Hi. Making sure you're alive. Hi. As Solar is going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our red Zerg player. Likewise, Classic going for his own gate expand. So far, everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should. So far, here we go. Okay, we are going to be settling in. Sorry, my apologies. Just some other things happening elsewhere. But for now, we can focus on our second game. And yeah, it was a pretty intense, pretty chaotic game 1. Honestly, I was really impressed by Classic's build. Winding it back a little bit, if you recall, Classic, he was very efficient with his overall build in the first game. He did skip out on additional adepts. He only made 2 oracles. He went for a very fast Forge and Twilight Council into a fast Blinkstalker aggression. And Solar was struggling. He was struggling to hold on. He was bleeding out a lot of roaches, bleeding out a lot of queens. He barely held on to his own 4th base at the time, did survive, but Classic was seamlessly transitioning into Storm and eventually into Skytoss thereafter. So just really solid play out of Classic, but it did come down to him being just caught out of position, right? It just came down to positional play. Didn't have eyes on Solar's main army, didn't have eyes on the eventual move outs, and yeah, was caught with his pants down. And with that, we can now embrace game 2. now embrace the second game. Zepse shaded to the natural. Oracle busts. Oh god. Oracle busts into the natural as well, getting 2 drone kills. Nothing too major. So far, Solar is keeping up. Shuts down the Adepts. Forces back the Oracle. Plays out some Lings, but well worth it here for Solar. As he does hold. Does hold in the end. From here, we can settle into a more standard setup. Once again, Forge into Twilight Council. Once again, going to be Pulse on and Blink. Double Oracle does hit the third. Finding a little bit of extra damage here. 2 more drones go down, but that's a lot of hold damage on that first Oracle. Classic has to back off. And again, this time Classic going for something more standard. This time he does go for extra Adepts. Warps in the third Oracle. Much later Plus 1 and Blink this time. Much more standard setup. So by calming things down in Game 2, after an intense Game 1, say threaten another shade. Threaten a shade so far. Solar is going to be able to keep up though. He shuts down the Adepts and zones away the Oracles once again. And Classic just hasn't really found too much damage so far. Solar has been keeping up, now saturating his third, getting a fourth up and running, joining up, and now working towards his lair. And I do see a Roach Warren, but +1 melee is on the way. I'm curious if Solar's going to skip Roaches and go straight into Ling Hydra. The answer is no, as Roach speed has begun, is getting into Roach Ravager. So a very, very solid composition here by Solar, not cutting corners, not being too greedy. Going for some Drop Lord play though. Love to see it. Drop Lord being set up here towards the south. As Classic moves out. Does push to the center. Solar, he has not saturated the fourth. He's building up more Roaches. Lings move out. But they're spotted. They wanted to go into the main. The Ling run by is denied. Just trying to keep up. The last Classic, he set up his stasis traps, pushing towards the fourth. Solar coming from behind. Ooh, but the stasis traps, they catch the Ravagers. Massive pickoffs. Ravagers get caught out. Classic already working towards Storm and a fourth expansion. Again, this time Classic is transitioning a lot faster, but he will get on top of the expansion. More volleys. Stasis goes off on the Lings. The Ravagers are exposed. He wants them. He wants the Ravagers. And he's going to get them as well. He only gets one. Barely misses the other. Solar, he does get away. Be reinforcing, forcing back the army, saves the fourth expansion. And what's important as well is that Solar, he is not droned. He has not been droning. He's got workers at 63, massing up more Roach Rav. He's getting ready for a push. He's getting ready for a move out. Oh, heavily supply blocked. 4 Overlords on the way. Ay, ay, ay. Solar is all in. Solar at this point, he is all in. It's all or nothing for the Zerg. Ling run right towards the south. Main army towards the center. Storm is already done. Oof. And the Storms are brutal. The Lings, they melt. Oh my god. So many Lings go down. Classic, he can take the fight. Another Storm on the Ravagers. There's one Storm left. Oof. Does graze the army. Solo, though, he's gaining ground. That was the final storm. At the same time, Lings, they hit the fourth, but they didn't really gain much ground. Archons are getting picked up. But Solo just does not have enough. The overcharge bought a lot of time. But bear in mind, Classic, he's now out of Storm. Ling dropping to the main. Drop Lord did come into play. Boys are being pulled. And Solo, he's not stopping. He's getting ready for the second push, for the second wave. And again, this time there are no High Templar. Oh. Yeah, this time no High Templar, no Storm. It's only purely Stalker. Soon to be Charge Lots. There we go. 2 High Templar now morphing in. And Classic, he desperately needs them. Only 2. And they need time. They need more time here to gather up energy for a Storm. There we go. A 3rd and 4th High Templar on the way. It's going to be 4 in total. Solo pushing in. Classic keeping up with the rotations. High Templar pushing forward. And Storm is almost ready. Classic just needs a little bit more time, and there's a Storm. Oh! It's also on the Ravagers. Lings pushing into the natural. The Vials, they graze the army. There'll be connections. There's a second Storm. There's going to be 2 Storms left over. They're still in the chamber. Lings, they do break into the natural, though. But there's not that many Lings. There's a 3rd Storm. There's 1 Storm left. And it looks like it's enough. Yeah, Classic is holding. GG gets called. He shuts down the Ravagers. There's still 1 Storm remaining. And Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. Forces the all-in. Saw it coming ahead of time, and he did so well handling it as well. Never really lost too much at his natural, despite Lings busting in. GG. Classic, he holds, he survives, and now we're going all the way into Game 3. Into the ace match. Had enough of this dimension. Bring the trumpets. Oh, no. Here we go. The final game is going to be on Alcyone, making it all the way to the ace match. After this series, of course, we can head towards the semis. Have the upper semis begun, actually? We might be missing one of them. It's possible. Uh-oh. They have. Oh, that's a juicy one as well. We'll catch up. We'll get there. We'll get there. But now we're focusing on our quarterfinals match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. How will the story end? Who will be the first of these 2 to make it into the lower semifinals? At the same time, Max Pax is facing off against Oliveira. I don't know if anyone's casting that series, so I do apologize. But Max Pax is currently in a PvT against Oliveira. And I believe Wardy is covering Clem's series. I believe? Potentially. Now there. Do you have our initial probe scouts? Solo going patch first. Hatch gas pool. And we'll see where we go from here. I mean, Alcyone is a much more macro-oriented map. I don't really see Solo going for an all-in like he did in the previous game, just because of how defendable this third base is with the ramp, with the choke point, likewise the natural as well. So we could be in for a longer one. Could be in for a longer one instead. What he's going to do, Clem, here, yeah. So after this series, we will most likely jump in mid-series into Clem versus Hero. Most likely. Meanwhile, shout out to Ian in the chat. Papi, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Bienvenidos. But I guess it will depend on how fast that series is or how slow our series is as well. But both semifinals are usually covered. They're usually casted. We go from one to the other. For now, once again, Stargate is the initial Stargate here by Classic. Working towards the Oracle. We'll see if he does cut corners like in Game 1, or if he goes for a more normal setup like in Game 2, going into triple Oracle into a third. And now we are settling in. Salud, papi, salud. Meanwhile, shout out to Thorn969 in the chat. Papi, thank you so much. Thank you. YVIP carrying us all. I do what I can, papi. I do what I can. That's it. Thank you so much for subscribing to Twitch Prime for 8 months. 8 months. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Again, kind of the start of the week is usually when we're most intense and most busy. This is our second cast of the night, and of course tomorrow, or in, what is it, 12 hours? No, in 11 hours time, we're going to be live once again with the Pigosaur Monday as well. So plenty more content to come. Tomorrow we have the Pigosaur Monday. We also have the Olima League as well. We will keep you posted though when it comes to the first edition of the Olima League. We might be casting it, we might not. There have been some technical issues over on the PTR, which might mean that we might not be able to broadcast. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the Olima League. We shall see. But now it is going to be Forge Twilight Council opener here by Classic. Once again, do you have that follow-up? Oracles dive in. Oh, but Classic does overextend. The first Oracle goes down, but he does get 6 drones. Not a bad trade here. I mean, I say that the Oracle does have more value over time. True, with stasis traps, with defending against all these Ling run-bys. So I'm sure Solar feeling good about sniping that first Oracle. And well, Classic moving out with his third. Headed towards the mineral lines once again. Once again, Solo there, he's in position. A lot of hold damage on that first Oracle. Oh my god, it takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. But there's no Spore Crawler, and once again, 3 more drones go down. This time, Classic does preserve all of his Oracles. Better control, does pull away. And we have that same follow-up. It's going to be a 6-gate setup from Classic. 6 gates plus 1 and Blink. Will soon move out. Lings, they do collapse here on at least one of the Adepts. One Adept goes down. Classic, he does hold on. He's getting ready for his push. And Solar did actually opt to skip the Roach Warren. I'm a little bit concerned. Solar, he's going Ling Hydra. He's skipping Roaches, he's going straight up Ling Hydra. That means he will be vulnerable to the eventual move out of Classic. Not yet. Classic is still building up. He's still warping in more Stalkers. There's the Hydra Den for Solar. And Classic is getting ready for his push. So Solar is cutting corners. We'll see if he gets away with it. Classic setting up for his 4th. Getting his expansion going. Meanwhile, as we get ready for the eventual move out, shout out to Bacon Particles. Oh my god. How much bacon are we talking? Now I'm hungry. But thank you so much, Bacon Particles, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the sub. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the casting, papi. Thank you. Thank you. The emotes as well, we also provide replay packs to our subscribers. If you're interested, you can join our Discord server. You can join as Classic does move out. His goal here is to knock down the 4th. There are a handful of Hydras trickling in. Lings, they attempt to run by. Again, we'll see if Solar can defend without his Roaches. So far, so good. The oracles weren't quite set up, so Solar's buying time. Lings, they hit the natural, they force the oracles to respond, and Solar, he gets away with it. Does get away with it. Again, these Lings just keeping Classic busy, giving Solar time to build up more and more Hydras. Lurker Den is on the way. And again, the goal here, the purpose of Solar's build is to get away with rushing into Lurker tech. Lings, they hit the natural once again. Classic doesn't turn around. He's had enough. He's pushing forward, trades well against the Lings. Bleeding off one Stalker. And once again, the Oracles have to turn back around. Again, if the Oracles with the main army, they could clear up all this creep, they can set up stasis traps, and Classic could potentially even break the fourth. But Classic has been so delayed by the non-stop Ling aggression, they just keep going. They keep coming in. Finally, Classic can push. But it's taken so long. Clears up some active tumors. And retreats. He knows he's missed his window. What do we see instead? Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Classic, he knows that he can no longer be active with these Stalkers. He's missed his opportunity. There's too many Hydras, soon to be Lurkers. Solar has gone away with it, and now Classic has to defend. Has to defend and work towards that Skytoss army. Storm is finishing up, but the Lurkers, they're already morphing in. The Lunkers, they're here! And pushing into Lurkers, it's not easy. That is a little High Templar, though. That's going to be 6 High Templar, potentially 6 Storms. Solo once again going for another Ling run by. Classic, he spots the gold. Force a cancel. Gold base is cancelled. Lurkers are setting up. Hive is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Lings, they threaten a run by. They don't quite pull it off, though. Lings do pull away. They distract the Stalkers. At the same time, Solar, he hits the right-hand side. Goes for the fourth. Fourth base under fire. Cannons are going down. High Templar coming in from behind. Solar does have to be careful. Classic coming in for the flank. Does get the revelation off, but that is a lot of Lurkers, though. One High Templar goes down. Second High Templar as well. Massive pickoffs. And Solar, does he turn around? Does he keep pushing? Hey, he's going for the fourth. And Classic counterattacks. He doesn't care. Likewise, pushing towards the 5th base. Nexus may go down. Classic, he will get the 5th. Lurkers are racing back home. 5th base is denied. But only the 5th. As Classic, he's crazy. He keeps going. Oh my god. There's no detection. Lurkers, they come in for the surround. Massive pickoffs. High Templar, they go down. No more Storms. And Classic, he did overextend. Aye. Pushing deep onto creep with no detection. Speaking of no detection, Lurkers, they're going for the Nexus. Observers now coming in. And it looks like he will barely save the expansion. Just barely. As Classic, he does save the base. He's built up a Tempest count. 4 Tempest, not too bad. Likewise, Solar taking into Corruptors. The one Lurker harass. Can he do it? The one Lunker. I think, oh, it's going to be close. Can he get it? Observers on the way. Lurker goes down just in time. 65 HP on that Nexus. Barely survives. Solar, he wants it. A couple of Lings. One more Lurker. He can pick it up. But Classic is maxed out. He's maxed out. He's got Tempest. He's got a handful of High Templar. Not too many. Getting into more Immortals. Main army's going to be engaging. Storm, ooh, does connect with the Corruptors. Yeah, Brutal Storms. Tempest survive. A bit of mismovement there from Solar. But he does manage to outposition his opponent, going for the Nexus, and this time he should get, maybe. I was like, he should get it. Never mind. Classic, he keeps up. He saves the base once again, just barely. Throws down the wall stack defense. But Solar, he wants it. And there we go. Finally, he does get it. Nexus goes down. 5 more probes. Containing Classic on 3 bases. Finally goes down. And throughout all of this, Solar has been building up a larger and larger Corruptor army. He's ready for the Tempest. He's ready for the Sky Toss. There are 2 more Storms in the chamber. 2 more Storms left over. There's 1. There's 1 more left. Corruptors, they go for the dive. There's the final Storm, and they take down almost every single Tempest. We're down to 2. Down to 1. And now none. 1 carrier remaining. The ground army does hold its own. True. The Immortals are holding on, but there is no expansion. There is no 4th. Lings, they come in for a run by. They go for the shield battery. They drag Classic back home, and they allow Solar to rebuild. Now, ideally, against this heavy of an Immortal-based army, we would see Broodlords, but the Greater Spire just began. So there's no Greater Spire. There's no Broodlords, not yet. Solar, he has to rely on Lurkers, but against a 3-basing Protoss, he should be okay. Classic cannot max out. Lings dive in and no Storm. Force the fight within Lurker range. Contaminating the Nexus, delaying the Mothership. Let's go. Contamination. Meanwhile, Solar being a little bit too cavalier. He bleeds out 3 Lurkers. Solar, he's got to calm down. Throwing away some units. Like, Solar's lead isn't large enough to be able to throw away things like Lurkers and Corruptors. Those were some expensive losses. Classic is still in this. He just needs a base. He just needs a 4th. He's a goddamn 4th base. Can he get it? Meanwhile, the Greater Spire is now done, which means Solar can now incorporate Broodlords after the next fight. Based on how little Sky Toss there is, I mean, that would be the good call to make. That would be the call to make. And now up to 3 carrier. And the Mothership. Position. Ooh. There's the first Storm. Plenty more behind this. Lings, they go for another run by. Classic has to turn back around. Solar has yet to embrace Broodlords. Classic rebuilding his 4th. The army supplies are still quite comparable, which means if Classic takes a good fight, he can still snowball out of control. And take this. Oh my god, Brutal Storm. A lot of Corruptors go down there. Corruptors are softened up. Lings, they hit the 4th though, once again, going for a cancel. Up, going for the kill. It's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Main army pushes in. Massive Storms on the Lurkers. Classic is gaining ground. Takes down 7 Lurkers even. And he is pushing through. They're extending for a moment. But there's barely a ground army. Classic is losing far too much here. Corruptors dive in. They take down the Mothership. And Classic is running out of steam. He's running out of resources, running out of units. Down to 2 Archons and a carrier. Again, it was a good effort, but the reality is he had no base. He had no economy. He had no 4th. Does reinforce with Mass Zealots. Well, the boys are being put. Let's go. The boys are here. Send it, Papi. Playing like a Terran player. And as time goes on, I mean, Solar is rebuilding more Hydras. More Lurkers are on the way as well. The Lunkers are coming. Solar just needs a little bit more time. Once again, making sure there is no expansion. How many Lunkers? 5, soon to be 10. Oh my god. Pushing into 10 lurkers. Not like this. Not with a ground army. Classic pulls away. I mean, the economies are still relatively comparable. Solar on 4 bases. Ooh, oh my god, but the lurkers, they keep up with the rotation. Massive spine shots going off. They shut down the Archons. GG gets called, and Solar will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar will take the series, will advance on. My condolences to Classic again. Classic, he was just knocked down time and time again. He just could not get a 4th base up and running. See someone in the chat, what is he doing? Well, he was forced into an all-in because he just could not expand, could not get a 4th base. It was all or nothing for Classic. He was being outscaled. Despite that, that eventual fight, that eventual try to push into all those lurkers, Classic did actually have quite a close engagement there. Solar was struggling to hold on, but he held regardless. Solar did hold, did survive, and does take the series. GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar will advance on to face off against Max in the lower semifinals. But as you can imagine, as is typically the case in the WardiTV Monday, the lower semis is going to be held. We will first cover the upper semifinals. First up is Hero versus Clem, followed by Solar versus Max. Here we go. So GG, well played. Solar does take it, and quickly checking, Hero and Clem, they're in game 2. Okay, they're currently in game 2. Clem is up 1-0, which means if Hero if he wins game 2, we will jump into the ace match. We'll jump into the ace match of Clem versus Hero. Otherwise, if Clem gets a 2-0, we will be covering Solar versus Max up next. Here we go. So we're getting ready for those semis. Again, if you want to tune into Clem versus Hero, I believe Wardy is covering that series. And Max and Solar are going to wait for that series to finish. That is the plan. Here's going to be the plan here. Sorry, just setting up the players, setting up the series. Do love to see it. And I guess we have some downtime. We do have a little bit of downtime. I guess we can take this moment to go over the bracket as well. We did miss out on some of these results. Let's catch up on the quarterfinals from the top. From the top, we have Clem. We have Clem versus Trap. Clem, he takes down Trap 2-0. Does advance on to the upper semis. Meanwhile, Hero took down Beyond 2-0. So very impressive. Hold on. Very impressive stuff there out of Hero and Clem. They do both take down their opponents 2-0. And now, as I mentioned, they are facing off over on Wardy's channel. Clem is up 1-0. If there's an ace match, we will be jumping into that. Meanwhile, scrolling down, Max takes down Oliveira 2-0 as well. I don't know if anyone casted that series. Potentially it was casted by Saber. I know Saber is a Chinese caster, so maybe he was following Oliveira. Outside of that, I don't know if anyone was covering that. But Max does take it 2-0, and he's waiting to face off against Solar. He is lying in wait. So we have our top 4. We are nearing the end of the broadcast. We are setting up. So we have our top 4. That does mean, again, we're near the end of the broadcast here. We have potentially 2 series left. We have Max v Solar and the Grand Finals. Maybe a little bit of Clem and Hero. Maybe a little bit. But nearing the end of the broadcast. And we'll see if Clem and Max can be denied their finals. It's become almost tradition here in the WardiTV Monday where Clem and Max they face off time and time again. There have been some upsets. There have been some key players like Shin, like Byun, like Hero, Rex as well that have been able to bring Max down and deny him. Same with Clem as well, and deny that kind of Max versus Clem finals. That has happened a couple of times, but that's more of an exception than the rule. So we'll see if Solar can bring Max down and deny him that finals or not. We'll see. We shall see. For now, we are going to be going on a short break. Yes, we do have a break upon us. Going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have some more StarCraft for you. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here with the conclusion of the WardiTV Monday. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday number 9, the upper semis. And we're jumping in mid-series. The series did commence while we were in the middle of Classic versus Solar, and we are jumping into the ace match, Game 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets for this best of one, essentially, as we are tied up 1-1. It was a very intense game on site Delta that they just played out, and it was very back and forth. Hero was able to clutch it out in the end with some amazing disruptor play, likewise momentum and fights going in favor of Hero. Did take it, did bring Clem to the ace match, but Clem is still the heavy favorite. Hero is the best Protoss player in all of South Korea, arguably best, or at least top 2 Protoss in the world alongside Max Pax. Oh, he is one that can definitely bring Clem to his knees, bring him to the brink, but again, Clem is still Clem. Let's go. Let's jump in. But now, we do see Hero, he does scouts, he does check his linear third base, looking for a proxy, looking for a Rax. When it comes to the openers of Game 1 and Game 2, I am not privy to that information, so I'm not really too familiar with the initial start of the game here for both Game 1 and Game 2, so we'll see. We'll just kind of come into this with fresh eyes, with a fresh take, and we'll see how our players do end the series. For now, double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. With this Clem, you can go into a Widowmine drop, you can go into reactored Cyclone, into Cyclone drop play, you can go into early Banshee production, into Cloak Banshees. Clem has options. Clem has options with how he wants to turn this around. Likewise, Hero just going for a standard opener himself, does hide the probe, Reaper moves out right through the center. Again, we're on Amphion, there is a lovely Reaper cliff here that does go from natural to natural, but Hero has it walled off, and Clem will have to skirt around the right-hand side. It does come in for a scout. Clem going for the CC on the high ground just to be safe, just to be secure, just to make sure that Hero isn't able to disturb or delay the expansion. As Reaper dips in. Ooh, and Hero going for a Stargate opener. Let's go. Does go for the Stargate. Meanwhile, it was during the break, but a shout out to Quinton in the chat. Thank you so much for the 250 bits. Thank you so much during the break. We do appreciate the support. We do appreciate the donations, the bits, the support in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. As Reaper does dip back and forth between the natural and the main. No major pickups yet. And we'll see if Hero does embrace Phoenix play or just go into Oracles instead. What's it going to be? Meanwhile, here he does get eyes on the Widowmine on the initial setup. Does not quite get eyes on the CC yet. It is a little bit further back. See here trying to bait out the mine shots. It doesn't quite bait it out though. Not quite. But he does at least delay the expansion. We can see Clem getting ready for his own drop play. He's massing up Marines, Widowmine, Cyclones, and getting ready for a very potent push. Meanwhile, the Adept does shade in and does get eyes on the opener. Hero back at home. What does he have to defend? He has a Oracle on the way. I believe went to Phoenix first, but did cancel the Phoenix. Going for the Oracle instead. And here comes the move out. Here comes the drop. Now it's going to be Marine, Widowmine in the medevac, and also Cyclones on the ground. I believe 2 Cyclones in total. We have the first, the second is on the way. So a very aggressive build here by Clem. We saw this earlier from the side of Oliveira in his game against Arrowfire. In game 1. And here we go, Clem has arrived. Shield battery is not yet done. And he does go for the shield battery. He's going to try to target it down. My apologies, first piece did complete. Does lift up the Widowmine. The Widowmine is targeted down just barely. Oh my god. And Hero will hold, but at a cost. What does he lose? He lost the Phoenix and the Oracle. So it was a costly trade. Zoning back the drop. At least Hero does survive. And he does hold. Does hold in the end. Again, it was an Oracle and a Phoenix for 5 Marines, a Widowmine, and a Reaper. I would say a better trade for Clem. Even getting a pylon towards the end. Meanwhile, here he ignores the main army. He's moving out with the Adepts, going for a counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? There is a handful of Marines. There's one Marine, soon to be 3 Marines. Cyclone's out of position. Again, Clem being so aggressive, and he might just be punished for it. And Epsay busts into the mineral line. There's not much at home. Clem, he turns back around. And surprisingly hasn't lost too many SCVs, but there we go. 3, soon to be 4 SCV kills. And Epsay forced back the army. Really, that's the least that Hero was hoping for. He got more than that. 4 SCV kills. Does manage to save 2 Adepts, and he picks up more Marines. Just catching out some of the stragglers. So very nice movement here by Hero. Does outposition Clem. Clem now reinforcing, still wants to move out. Behind this, Hero getting a 3rd. And I believe working towards, no Twilight Council upgrade yet. Just vanilla gateway units and phoenixes. Clem still has a terrifying army. But he doesn't commit. Twilight Council just now finishing up, and it is going to be charge. Okay, so Phoenixes into charge lots here for Hero. Very active style. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Wait, okay. Cancels charge, going into blink instead. This is a bit of an oddity to me. So usually when you open up Phoenixes, you go either charge lots or you go into robot play, right? You go one or the other. The reason for this is because the role of the Phoenix and the role of the Blink Stalker is one and the same. And that is to pick up high-tech units and to deny drop play. So it is a little bit odd to see Hero embracing both. We'll see how he does pull this off. Phoenixes, they hit the natural. Picking off a couple of SCVs, potentially a tank as well. Yeah, tank is going to go down. Clem out of position. He's racing back home. Tank gets picked off more SCVs. No turrets. Clem cutting corners, and he's punished for it. Again, he was fully aware of the Phoenixes, but did decide to cut corners. Investing into more Vikings. But here, he has stopped Phoenix production. Again, going to be relying heavily here on switching into Blink Stalker instead. So these Vikings are not going to have as much value. And Clem gets forced back home. Once again, punished for being aggressive, punished for being active on the map. Hero likewise still taking. Oh! And gets an SCV, but does bleed out a Phoenix. And here he's taking into the Bay, into Colossus. Link is almost done. Stalkers reveal themselves. Nice force fields. Very nice. Can he get the lib? He can. Liberator goes down. Oh my god, Clem completely being shut down here. But the force fields are about to run out. And Hero has to back off. I've only had another round of force fields. Does pull back to the choke point. Nice control. Hero not losing. Oh god. Hero bleeding out one Stalker. Still efficient trades. And this Colossus production has begun, getting into charge. Clem, you can see, he just doesn't want to stay back at home. I mean, the entire game, Clem has been trying to move out. Going for a triple drop towards the main. Leaving the bare minimum to defend, but it is going to be enough. He's holding on. Hero doesn't really have much at home to defend. He's going to have to recall or warp in. Does have a Colossus. Does have 2 shield batteries, but Clemmy goes for the dive. He wants a Colossus and he gets it. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. Bit of a later warp in. Hero turns back around as well, trying to get in position to snipe those medevacs. But Clemmy gets into the mineral line. Massive pickups, 11 probe kills. A Colossus. Trades against the army, and as he distracts Hero, he's pushing on the right-hand side. He's just pulling Hero apart. Hero, honestly, he had a really good start, but this drop is just getting so much value. Without the Colossus either, Hero, how does he hold? Does pick up the Cyclones. Clem doesn't actually have much to work with here, so with the arrival of that Colossus, looks like Hero, he holds. He's gonna be able to hold on. I say that is a lot of Marauders. Clem doesn't quite have enough. Did catch the Immortal. Job comes back in. And Clem still has momentum. He's still rallying across the map. Still gaining ground. Hero bleeding off another Phoenix. The final Phoenix even. And Clem, he wants it, Colossus. He wants it. And he doesn't quite get it. Barely survives. Just barely. Hero's holding on, getting a fourth base, but here come the reinforcements for Clem. Again, Clem, he has no chill. One of my shots get dragged off. Hero, he survives. Coming with a second Colossus. Picks off the Widow Mines. Forces Clem further back. Whew. And Hero holds. He holds back. Does hold on, but that was still not the best trades for Hero. He lost so much in the process. 19 Stalker kills. All the Phoenixes, of course, as well. The Immortal, the Colossus. And Hero's army, it's looking very bare bones. It's barely standing. And Clem, he can keep going. Again, he's just been trading Marines and Marauders. A very cheap army. Clem can keep the momentum up. Just waiting to establish his fourth. At the same time, Hero attempting a run-by, attempting a counterattack. Ideally, Hero wants to wait for this army to move out. Ooh, the Sensor Tower does reveal the Zealots. Yeah, brutal timing. Zealots get shut down. Prism towards the main. There's a factory in position to scout. Factory does spot it. Clem does have some ghosts, but they're actually going to be getting picked off by the Zealots. Okay, not bad. Big warp in as well. Clem out of position. He has to rotate. At the same time, Hero pushing right down mid. But Clem is ready for it. He defends the center. +2 is denied. So is +1 ship weapons. Not bad. Hero, he denies some of the upgrades. He's being active with his main army. Hero doing so much with so little here is impressive. And throughout all of this, Hero, instead of taking the more standard 5th base, he's going for the center expansion instead. Very bold move. I mean, this can also be a bit of a launch pad for Hero. He can reinforce here and also make use of the shield batteries and the overcharge as well. Closer to the front lines. Oh. Hero getting caught out. He does get surrounded. Does have to blink away. Disruptors have arrived. That's a massive bio army. Clemmy's got, what, a 30 supply lead. And going for a triple drop. I mean, Hero, he's barely holding on with his main army. He doesn't have any free supply to defend his main. It looks like Hero, he did not spot the drop. He's not aware. Decent Novas, but yeah, the production's under fire. EMP on the Nexus, no recall. And Hero's being torn apart. It's being torn apart again. He just doesn't have the supply to defend 2 locations at once. Doesn't have the suit for it. Never goes off. Disruptor gets focused. Ooh, all 3 disruptors, all 4 disruptors go down. And it looks like Clem has done it. He has broken Hero. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem did have a massive lead after the initial push towards the natural, where he was able to snipe the Colossus, able to pick away at the main army and get 19 Stalker kills. It was insane, the value that Clem was... Oh. It was insane, the value that that Clem had. And with that, GG, well played. I was still very impressed by how much Hero was doing with so little. Again, Hero, he was down in supply, he was down when it came to army, he was down when it came to economy. He was still able to pick off some key units, deny upgrades, get into the main base, and pick up some SCVs, but wasn't enough to overcome the deficit that he found himself with. And with that, we find ourselves in our lower semifinals. Up next, Max Packs versus Solar in a fresh best of 3 PvZ. Let's go. Let us go. Hero does bow out, but again, shout out to Hero for, of course, forcing the ace match and for bringing Clem to the brink. Didn't take the series, but did make a series out of it. And now we have that fresh best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Max Packs. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea representing his new team, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Let's go. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in. Playing Stargate surviving that long was impressive. I mean, Stargate play does leave you vulnerable. I'm sure that's a big reason why Clem was so aggressive and so active in that last game, because Hero did open Stargate. You know, it does mean that's, you know, especially early on, before you can really build up a solid Phoenix count, you are quite vulnerable to those attacks and to that aggression. Despite that, I mean, things were very chaotic. Still quite impressive there by Hero. As of now, we can, of course, focus on our PvZ. MaxPax is trying to be as annoying as possible, delaying some mining time. Is just going to be a Hatchgas full standard opener out of Solar. It is going to be a standard opener. Of course, MaxPax coming in as the heavy favorite. Solar did defeat MaxPax, I want to say in a WardiTV Monday like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago at this point. So Solar, he has brought MaxPax down in the past, but Solar has to bring his A game. You know, he has to be at his best to bring MaxPax down. On top of that, Solo might be having, you know, he might be a little bit reinvigorated just because it was recently announced a couple of days ago that he did join a new team. So Solo, he's got that new team buff. Did bring down Classic as a result, and we'll see if he can bring it here to MaxPax. I'm at least hoping for an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, I'm hoping for a game 3. It is what I want at least. Oh, my apologies. I do apologize, but predictions. Predictions are now open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. A bit of a later prediction, so I do apologize. I was just engrossed in the game. But best of luck. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes upon hearing this message to place your bets on who you think will take it. Best of luck. Best of luck. As MaxPax is going to be opening up Stargate. Stargate opener out of MaxPax, so far so good. Working towards his third. Likewise, I'm curious what Solar has planned. You don't often see Amphion in PvZs. This is one of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool. Something that can work quite well in this map that we have seen from Solar and many other Zerg players alike is Mutaplay. Because the rushes is by ground, because of the terrain as well, mutas, they can pop off on this map. So I wonder if Solar is tempted. Otherwise, we'll see what direction Solar takes us in. Just because playing with a ground-based army can be quite difficult. The 3 and 4 base setup on this map is very defendable with all these choke points, with all these ramps. Is one of the reasons why this map is often vetoed. So in my eyes, they have to be on Solar here. What does he have in store for us? MaxPax is expanding, taking his third. Solar is moving out with his links to try and deny. Deny. There you go. We got there. We'll see if he can. As he does check, does confirm, does spot the Adept. Meanwhile, Oracle's moving out across the map. They get some larva. Not bad. The larva so far, dipping into the main. Means are keeping up. MaxPax does get 1 drone. Likewise, second Oracle hits the natural. The Spore isn't quite ready. Oof. 5 drone kills, brutal losses for Solar. He was distracted by the first Oracle. And he was punished for it. 5 drone kills. With that, I'm sure MaxPax is quite content. He backs off. He's working towards his Twilight Council and Forge, plus on Blink, most likely on the way. And Solar has some catching up to do. Is going for a safety Roach Warren just under the 5-minute mark. He's going for the Roach Warren, playing it safe. Droning up. No fast lair. The Oracles, they hit the third base, they get 1 drone. Just the 1. Meanwhile, Solar just heavily droning. Does spot the Adepts moving out. Solar responds with his Lings, and he's getting ready for the committed move out here, the push. 5 Adepts, triple Oracle. Has a lot of potential to get damage done, but so far Solar is keeping up. Means they pick away the Adept. Lings are keeping up with the Shade as well. So far so good. Even trying to bait out the Pulsar beams. Does attempt to. And from here we're just macroing up. Again, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. I mentioned before that I was looking out for something like a faster Lair or a faster Spire, but that is not the case for Solar. He's embracing Roach Ravager. Nice catch. Solar, he does find the Adepts. Does bring down 4 of them. And Solar is going to be actually working towards his Infestation Pit. Interesting. I mean, that is something that we do see very rarely on this map. I mean, this map is quite rare to begin with. Is Solar crazy enough to go into Swarm Host play? No shot. Like, if we were casting Dark or Shin, 100%. I'd be like, no, yeah, Swarm Host, that's... And we've seen them do it many a time. Not even just on Amphion, but on even maps like Side Delta and some of these other maps. They're willing to embrace it. Now Solar building up his roaches. Infestation Pit is done. We'll see if he just heads towards the Spire. Sorry, towards the Hive. And there it is! And there's the Swarm Host. Let's go! So it is going to be Swarm Host play from Solar. I mean, again, this map is a little bit more conducive to it. Lings, they hit the 3rd. Stalker's pushing in. So far, Solar, he's holding on. He's holding on to the ramp. Now, the reason why we see Swarm Host more often on this map is because of this area here outside of the main. It is very safe, very secure. And you can lay siege upon the natural and the main base from that triangular 3rd location. Well, Oracles, they do dip in once again. So far, Solar is still holding on. Oh, the Queens! Up! One Queen goes down. Lings are being active. Swarm Host on the way. Now, Solar does take a stasis in the face, but he doesn't want to waste the Swarm Host here defending. And where's his vision? Okay, Ling on the right-hand side for a Nidus. There it is. Nidus Swarm is on the way. Overseer getting in position towards the left-hand side as well. And how many Swarm Hosts does he have? It's going to be 8, soon to be 11. 11 Swarm Hosts for Solar. Ah, but Max actually checks! No, he does check. He will shut this down. Nidus Swarm will fall. Back up Nidus on the way towards the left-hand side. Solar is going to be pushing with that main army towards the 4th. Hoping to distract Max. He does check, though. Yeah, Oracles are ready for this. The Queens do pop out, though. Clutch Transfuse. Yeah, very nicely done here by Solar. Saves the Nidus. Oh my god, the swarms are brutal. Massive swarms on the roaches. Oh my god, the roaches. They're getting shut down. Yeah, the storms are insane. Solar has to retreat. Oof. And the Locust Wave doesn't get much done. It gets nothing done, actually. Good response here by MaxPax with those Blink Stalkers. This is also why typically Swarm Hosts, they do well against a Charge Lot Archon-based composition, not against Blink Stalkers. Because Stalkers isn't that much more mobile, they can shut down the Night Storms that much easier. Oh, and the Locust Wave is being spent on the Stalkers as well. Final Queen's going down. Now Solar is maxed, but the soup does lie. As Solar supply is inflated by not just Roach Ravager, but by Swarm Host as well. So a very inflated army supply. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Solar. He has to end the game here and now. He has to get value, he has to get damage. Once again, Locust Wave gets spent on the Stalkers. A couple of them make it into the natural, they get a pylon. As I'll say, get across the map. Again, just distracting Solar. Not getting the most value, but it does buy time. And again, time is on MaxPax's side here. Building up more Head Templar, more Archons, more Storm. Oh. Once again, Swarmers don't get much done. Roach is getting caught out. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses for Solar. Solar, you can't afford this. Can't afford those losses. Zealots into the main, and Solar's just getting pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. He just can't keep up. Not with this kind of army. Not with this low-quality army. So now we know what his plan was on Amphion. True. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to get into it. Locust Wave towards the natural is going to be running out. Ravager's going down. Brutal losses once again for Solar, losing every single Hydra. The Ravager GG gets called, and Max he will snowball out of control and take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Solar was completely all in with this style, and the moment the first Locust Wave didn't get any value, it was looking very bleak for Solar. Again, as time went on, it was just better and better from our Protoss player, and with that, Max does take the win. As I mentioned before, again, Swarmhost play usually does thrive against charge ult compositions just because it's that much more difficult to shut down the Nidus Worms. Unfortunately, we saw how powerful Blink Stalkers are against that. We saw that they can, again, just keep up with the Nidus Worms, force out Locust Waves, blink away from them as well, be just so cost efficient against them. And basically, the Swarmhost this game got nothing. They did nothing. They killed a couple of Stalkers and they got 1 pylon. They got 1 pylon for 11 swarm hosts. It was just not worthwhile in the end. Not worthwhile. GG. GG, well played. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Here we go. Ooh. We're getting into that second game, and we're going to be loading into Alkyone. Getting into Alkyone and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Protoss player, the Danish Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. Can he take the 2-0? It is Max. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. Now again, when it comes to Swarmhost play, we mentioned before that it is mostly done on maps like Amphion. I don't see Swarmhost happening at all here on Alkyone. I don't see that, so I'm sure Solar's going to take a different approach and go for a different overall build and approach. Different approach here to game number 2. Again, Swarmhosts are very map-oriented, and likewise also quite dependent on the Protoss player as well. So we'll see how this does turn out. For now, hatch gas full, standard opener out of Solar. The gas was delayed for a moment there by the probe. Not ideal. And now we can settle in. We can settle in. On a larger map like Alkyone, something like Mutas are still on the table. Like, again, I would imagine that Solar is coming in with a more specialized build, like we saw in Game 1. When you're up against a player like Max, playing straight up and playing standard is a very difficult thing to do. So I wonder if maybe Solar after Game 1, he's, got it out of his system. He's like, okay, now I'll just play normal, I'll play straight up. Or if he still has something else up his sleeve. What do you have for us, Solar? What do you have? The probe is just being as annoying as possible. Disrupting some of the mining. Dips away. Likewise, we are going to be setting up across the map. Should be a Stargate opener. Okay, it's going to be a Stargate for Max. Into Oracle, into a third. Everything looking normal so far. Everything looking normal. Likewise, Solar, he doesn't stay in gas, so he's not rushing into a fast lair. No fast Roach Warren. Just droning and getting a third. Just droning up. So now we are going to be settling in. Again, nothing too crazy here in the early game, just standard builds. Standard builds here. Solar, he's just going to be establishing his third. Overlord gets zoned away. Maxpax behind this should just be working towards additional Oracle production. If he goes into like a Void Ray follow-up or like a Phoenix follow-up, I mean, that'll be something more to take note of. But yeah, it's just going to be first Oracle into a second. Everything looking as it should. Third base about to be taken. Lings will move in to confirm, but Solar should not be able to deny. Yeah, Maxpax is in position, and the Lings are zoned away. So it's going to be on Solar to minimize losses against the Oracles. If you remember last game, Maxpax did get 5 drone kills without losing a single Oracle. It was very impressive what Maxpax got done. And we'll see if we can do it again. Likewise, Solar, he has to just try to keep up with the tempo of Maxpax. Oracle towards the main, Oracle towards the natural. So far, Solar's keeping up. Just one queen at the natural base, though. So he is spread thin. Has the spore at least. So far, so good. Solar, he does flinch. He does pull away. Losing 1 drone so far, but only 1. Acceptable losses so far. Ooh, as we do try to find some transfer workers, alas, they are morphed into spores just in time. Nice defense here by Solar. Oracle towards the third. Oh, gets 4, gets another 5 drones. 5 more drones go down. Solar, he gets punished for not having a spore. Likewise, only having 1 queen in position. He gets torn apart, and just like that, Maxpax takes a lead. Does take a lead, gets 5 drones. Moving up with his 5 adepts. Lings are keeping up. And they do not get a single adept. Oh my god, that is brutal. Maxpax out trading Solar. Takes down the Lings, pushes up the ramp. Solar has to reinvest into additional Lings. And Solar, he will get 1 adept at least. Does get the 1. The others, a shade into the natural. They're going to be cleaned up. No, without targeting extra drones. Oh, getting 3 drone kills. For 5 adepts, stasis into the main. Solar does react in time, does pull away. And he holds. Solar is holding on. Maxpax takes a worker lead. 64 probes to 57. Maxpax looking quite comfortable. And Solar, he has to gain some value here with these Lings, but he cannot break the third. Not like this. Solar backs off. Once again, Maxpax playing the same as last game, going Blink Stalker into Archons and Storm. Very similar to the last game. Meanwhile, Solar instead is skipping Roaches. So he's skipping out on Roaches and he's rushing into Hydra Tech, into Hive Tech, and Lurkers as well. So Solar's goal is to rush into Lurkers. Meanwhile, Maxpax isn't being too aggressive. And because Maxpax is teching, Solar should be able to get away with this. A big shot on that one. Maxpax is still going to be pushing, so applying pressure. We'll see if Solar can keep up. Maxpax rotating around. Knocking down those rocks. Pushing towards the 4th. Solar setting up a Ling run by. Back at home, Hydra's still in production. Uh-oh. Solar, he's in a bit of trouble. Does go for the Cybercore. Not bad. Cybercore gets surrounded. Is going to go down. At the same time, Maxpax is pushing in. Stasis Trap is set. A couple of Hydras on the way. There's not enough Lings. Yeah, not enough Lings to support. Maxpax, he can push in. Setting more traps. Poking forward. Gets a Hydra, gets 1, gets 2. 2 Hydras go down. Some okay stasis traps, nothing too major. Maxpax needs reinforcements, getting another Hydra. As the Hydra count builds up, Solar's holding. Solar is holding. Bleeding out another queen though. Queen goes down. Max Pack's just getting into a 4. Storm is done. Getting to charge the Archon. It's going to be a lot of chargelets. But Solar, he's weathered the storm. He has survived. Holds on to the 4. And so far, so good. Solar, he's trying to work towards lurkers. Does he have a lurker den yet? He does. He has a lurker den. Hive is done as well. And even though Max Pax is able to get into his own final form in his own ground-based army with High Templar, with Storm and Immortals, Solar, he has gotten into lurkers. And he will be able to survive. And that is why Max Pax, upon recognizing this, Sky Toss. Sky Toss is on the way. Max Pax, he knows that he just doesn't have enough to break through, not anymore. So he has to defend and take up. So there's going to be a window. There's going to be a small window here where Solar can try to break Max Pax before he can really embrace Sky Toss. As Solar is building up more lurkers, Solar can pull this off. But now Max Pax doing everything he can to buy time. Zealot Runway hits the gold, another Zealot Runway towards top left. Again, this is all just designed to buy time for Tempest. As the Tempest count is slowly building up. War Prism into the main. Once again, just keeping Solar busy. Keeping him busy. Solar, he does rotate, does hit the gold. And as Solar's distracting, does go for a Ling run by. Lurkers as well. And Max Pax not quite in position. Solar trying to break through, but this is also quite risky. Lurkers are exposed. Zealot run by also distracting Solar. One lurker goes down. And both armies back off. Solar still trying to be active. Spire's on the way for the Corruptors. Ooh, Max Pax does hit the natural. Does drag Solar back home. Solar's still trying to be active, but Max Pax, we spoke about kind of that window where he was vulnerable. I don't think that's available anymore. Tempest Scout getting higher. Max Pax, he's tempted to push out. As he moves out though, Solar once again going for another counterattack. Now in a way the turns have tabled. Solar, it's now him trying to buy time for the Spire, for Corruptors. Now it's all about Solar just doing whatever he can to keep Max Pax distracted. Buy more time. 4 Corruptors on the way. Solar pokes in once again. Drags the army back home. Trading out Lings. Making room for more Corruptors. So the Corruptor count is slowly building up. Okay, this is the dance that Solar has to engage in. He has to just slowly bleed off Lings after Ling. Bleed off Lings, bleed off Hydras, build up more Corruptor. Tech up into Broodlords. Tempest, they have their way with the Lurkers. Yeah, they force them back. At the same time, a Zealot run by here at the natural does distract Solar. Max Pax is pushing in. Here come the Yoinks. Gets one Tempest. One Tempest goes down. Solar, he's holding on. Meanwhile, massive warping into the main. Or I should say warping into the main. Oh, and Solar, he can't fight this head on. Storms connect. Lurkers going down. Corruptors, they try to punish, forcing out another Storm. Oh, there's still the one Zealot in the main. Not like this. War Prism's still alive as well. Yeah, Solar having a hard time when it comes to his attention here. Still trying to deal with the main army. Viper gets picked off. And the drone count, the kill count here for the workers, it's building up. 16 drones. $16 workers go down. MaxPax, he has the higher or the better economy. The larger bank, the much larger bank. And he's just picking Solar apart. More corruptors, more lurkers, brutal storm. And Solar, he just can't engage. And not with this kind of army, not yet. Ling Rambai runs into Zealots. Oh my god. Here come the storms! A High Templar going down. Solar, he commits to the dive. Takes down the Mothership. He can bring down the Tempest as well. And not a bad dive here from Solar. Collapses on the army. Now remember, MaxPax, he can remax. He can rebuild. Solar, less so. Solar, he's down to 65 workers. He has no gas left. Solar, he's running out of steam. He's running out of money. Solar is broke. And MaxPax, he just needs time. Just needs to rebuild. Making 3 Tempests at a time. Solar needs these gases. Solar, he needs to drone. I don't think he's realized how many workers he's lost. He's staying on a very low drone count because of that very low gas income. Pushing in. Lurkers, they can hold their own. They siege one of the golds. At the same time, Solar is going for bottom right. 2 bases going down and very nice pickups. MaxPax not quite in position. And Solar, he has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. Not giving MaxPax a moment here. Not giving him time to breathe. Another base is going to fall. So far, so good. That's 3 bases going down. 28 probes as well. Now pushing up this ramp is a different task here, different ask for Solar. Going for a Ling Rambai. Denies the expansion. And now MaxPax, he's stuck. He's stuck on 3 bases. In the blink of an eye, 4 bases go down. Solar, he's sending it. He sends it back. Oh my god. I can't dive with the Corruptors. But he takes down the gases. Pulls back with the Lings. And Solar suddenly gains momentum. Now he's droning. now it's time to drone up. Let's go. Now he realizes, like, hold up, where's my saturation? What's going on? We'll start to saturate his bases. And MaxPax is in trouble. Again, he burned through all of his gas bank. And again, he wasn't really expecting a push on the right-hand side. Wasn't ready for it. Solar just has to play it slow. That's any Vipers. He has 1 Viper. 1 Viper. Oh my god. Lurkers are ready. MaxPax going for a Zealot run by. Oh, that's, oh my god! Oh, as Max has a bit of miscontrol, he does send his High Templar in, and that's what, 4 High Templar going down. Yeah, massive loss there for MaxPax. Did miscontrol. And without storms, I mean, there's not really much to stop Solar from committing. I mean, the Archons will keep at least the Corruptors at bay. But what about the Lurkers? Lurkers are pushing forward. There's only 2 High Templar left. Once again, Solar going for a counterattack. Pushing in with the main army. Gets the Oracle. Oh. Storms are spent. And that was it. Only 2 High Templar. No more storms remaining. They yoink the Tempest. Ling Hydra breaks the 4th. And the boys are here. Let's go. The boys have been pulled. Oh. Solar does overextend with the Corruptors, but it doesn't matter. He denies the 4th. That is what matters here. Just starving MaxPax out. Does expand on the right-hand side. As long as Solo can deny these bases, I mean, eventually MaxPax will just run out of steam and run out of resources, run out of an army. Moving in once again. Ooh. Running into MaxPax. So pull away. Back up. MaxPax committing across the map. Back at home, just have an Archon and some Zealots here to defend. He's holding. What's the Skyjust army looking like? 4 Tempest and 5 Carrier. Solar, he denies the gold, pushing in towards bottom right. MaxPax, he can't afford to lose this. Coming in from behind. Just keep up with the Ling Hydra. He is keeping up, takes down both lurkers. Meanwhile, Solar, how many corruptors does he have? 10. 10 corrupt. Sorry, oh my god, 22 even. It was 10 lurkers. Broodlords are now on the way. And Solar, he's reached his final form. He's got a comfortable bank. Broodlords have arrived. And now suddenly with Broodlords, he can be a little more assertive against this army. He can start to push in. Max actually does take down one of the expansions. He runs into lurkers on the right hand side. Not a bad pickoff, but here come the corruptors. Oh, gets a carrier. Gets one. Going for the mothership as well. The carrier survives. So does the mothership. Oof. The yoinks were not worth it. The corruptor counts down to 13. 12 more corruptors on the way. Meanwhile, see Solar, he breaks on through. Goes for the gold. Even the mineral line as well. Oh, getting a High Templar. Oh, not quite. Oh, does get it. Does get it in the end. Black Knight still around by denying top right, top left. So he does have to be careful here with these Broodlords. Does push in lurkers as well. And Solar, he commits, takes down the Archons, collapses here on the Sky Toss. The Archon does put in a lot of work, but it looks like there should be enough here for Solar. Barely enough. I say that he is down to 2 corruptors. That one Archon was putting in a lot of work. But Max actually gets forced back, does survive with the Tempest at least, and 1 carrier. But Solar is remaxing on more corruptor. Does burn through his bank. The Tempest. They can gain more value. Up. Reinforcements have arrived. GG gets called. MaxPax, he runs out of steam, and Solar ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. We are going to that ace match. Again, Solo was able to take a really critical fight in the center of the map. If you recall, when MaxPax did overextend, it was right after that fight with Solar. He just committed to the counterattack. He was able to knock down 4 bases. It was 3 bases towards the right-hand side and 1 base towards the left. And in one fell swoop, he did just completely cripple the economy, despite the fact that Solo was stuck with 65 drones. It was after that, of course, that Solo started droning and that Solo was in control of that game. GG. GG, well played. Again, very intense game there, very back and forth. There was some very strong moments from MaxPax, but sometimes one bad fight is all it takes for all the momentum to swing in favor of the other player. Of course, it did also come down to Solar counterattacking when he did, right after that fight. If he waited any longer, then he would not have been able to deny those bases, and most likely would have been a very different game. Very different game. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Monday non-sub action, weekend non-sub action. What do you mean? Oh my god. The weekend is always intense, full of casting, full of StarCraft. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, who are being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Here we go. See someone asking in the chat, I feel like Max actually build more probes. I would have to echo what Bane Supper said. Again, as a reminder, what was killing MaxPax there wasn't his lack of workers, it was his lack of bases. As every time MaxPax attempted to expand, bearing in mind this was in the second half of the game, after he had lost map control and after he had lost those 4 bases initially, he was just unable to expand. Solar, he was so active, just making sure he was always there to deny the gold base over and over again, deny the 4th base over and over again as well. Like, MaxPax just could not expand, and that is, of course, how he eventually got outproduced and outpaced, was, of course, lack of economy behind it. Regardless, we're now getting into the ace match, getting into game 3, and we'll see how our players will approach this time. Of course, side Delta, the bases are a lot more exposed, a lot more wide open. If Solar were to be tempted to go into something like a Roach or Lin, I mean, this would be a map for it. I'm hoping he doesn't. I'm not too fond of that sort of style against MaxPax, but we'll see. We already saw Solar with a little bit of flair earlier, going into Swarmhost play on Amphion. Side Delta wouldn't be the worst for something like Spire play and Muta, but I mean, Mutas are just so dangerous to really invest into. If they get scouted, they can be shut down quite hard. We'll see. We'll see what it's going to be. MaxPax once again, looking to go for a Stargate. Looking to go for Stargate. There we go. Solar just settling. Sorry, MaxPax just settling into a Stargate, into his Oracle opener. I mean, he's gone for the same initial opener every game so far in this series. Just triple Oracle into a 3rd, into plus on Blink, into Storm. Did it in game 1, did it in game 2. Imagine doing it here in game 3. Solar's making extra lings. Interesting. He's banking up his lings in the main. Not being too committed, but I believe his goal is to shut down these Adepts and then counterattack. A nice round! It does catch one. One Adept goes down, the other does get into the middle line, gets 1 drone kill. Oh. Not quite a second. 1 drone for 2 Adepts, a better trade for Solar. And again, with that Ling Surge that he had earlier, he will delay the 3rd. Is in position. Going for the probe. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Oh, he comes back. He wants it. And he will snipe the probe. Will delay the 3rd base. Nice pick off here by Solar. Oh, but he is chased down. Bleeding off 2 extra Lings. 3rd base now on the way. Solar, he doubles back. Force the Pulsar Beam. Again, not bad value here from Solar. This does also mean that the Oracles have less energy to harass across the map and to get into the mineral lines. And so far, Solar, he does defend. Does deflect the Oracles. So far, so good. Every game so far, MaxPax, he has gotten at least 5 drone kills with his Oracle harass, and so far, he's gotten none. But he is building on more Oracles. He has 2 towards the bottom left, and 1 on the right. Oh. Wings are deflected. Overlord goes down. And here comes MaxPax. At the same time, Solar ready for his own counterattack here at the third. But there are 2 Adepts in position. Oracles dive in. Spore not quite ready. Ooh, it's going to be over. We spoke about 5 drone kills. There it is. 5 drones go down, but for an Oracle. This time, Solar, he does fight back. Picks off an Oracle. Suddenly, not as bad of a loss here for Solar. MaxPax down to 2. Double Oracle into the main. Getting 2 more drones. Just a bit of hold damage on one of the Oracles, nothing too major. MaxPax once again pulling back, getting into +1, getting into Blink. This time going for a much faster second Forge. Interesting. Getting into 1-1 upgrades. Looks like MaxPax may just go for a more gateway heavy composition with charge slots. 4th base on the way. My eyes are going to be on at MaxPax. Solar, he does attempt this around, but there's a shield battery. And instead of rushing into lurkers like he did in game 2, Solar, he is actually embracing Roach Tech. Lair just now finishing. Roach Speed is on the way. Solar is getting into Roach Ravager. No Lings, they hit the natural once again. Distracting the army. Stalker is going to get picked up. Let's at least get the Stalker. Solar, he's not droning. Uh-oh. I mentioned before at the start of the game, if you remember, that a Roach-based all-in on side Delta is something that's on the table here for Solar, and he's not making any more workers. 66 drones, 3-base saturation, he's massing up Roaches, Ravagers, Lings, we have Overlord Speed on the way, that should be for spreading creep, and Solar, he's going for an all-in. It is going to be a 3-base all-in by Solar, there we go, Drop Lords are on the way for the German Taxi. It's all or nothing. And we'll see if this works out here. I mean, MaxPax is yet to piece it together. Lings is the shield battery. The army is building up. Solar, he will soon push out. His goal here is to catch MaxPax with his pants down. Again, MaxPax, he did not take into Immortals, into Disruptors, into Storm, into Archons. It's purely Gateway Army. And Solar, he might be able to do this. Lings, they distract. Solar commits. Bleeding off some Lings, though. Does bleed off a couple Lings. More cannons on the way. He knows. Now MaxPax knows. Roach Ravager pushing forward. That is a lot of Stalkers. Stasis gets baited. Solar trying to bust into the natural. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They have 1-1 upgrades. Those are powerful Stalkers. So far, the Blinks are good. The Lings, they hit the 4th. They are deflected. Solar, he's not really gaining ground here. Okay, pushing into the 3rd. But so far, the Blink control is solid. MaxPax, he does have a large enough army. He's holding his own. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Solar. And he's not breaking him. He's forcing back some of the Stalkers. Takes down the cannon. We do have a flanking army. And MaxPax holds. MaxPax, he does hold. Solar behind this, he just droned. He just droned up. He knows he cannot break him. I say that does get the pylon. But he just doesn't have the supply. Doesn't have the army for this. Does supply block MaxPax though. Pulling away. Zealot Rumbai does distract. Solar, he races back home. Yeah, there's one Zealot Rumbai just dragging him back. Bailey Rumbai does hit the southern expansion. Gets 4 probe kills. Just a handful of workers. War Prism into the main. And now Solar's in a rough position. Again, MaxPax, he's been building up this gateway composition, and he's already got 2-2. 2-2 about to kick in for MaxPax. Working towards the Bay, working towards splash damage. Colossus or Disruptors. And Solar, again, his droning has been delayed. He has no gases. He had no intention to take up into Hydra Lurker or into Hive Tech. So he's stuck with a mid-game army, with a mid-tier army. He can still survive and hold his own. But we'll see where Solo goes from here. See where he goes. MaxPax gaining ground. Another warping into the main. Solar throwing down Spine Crawlers. Solar setting up for a surround. Hoping to collapse on the army, but doesn't quite pull it off. Once again, that War Prism does distract. Oh! Prism goes down! Ooh, just barely. War Prism does fall. MaxPax, he rotates, takes down an expansion. Oh, the Immortals are getting caught out. But does recall in time. Immortals do get away. And Solar, he's still all in, by the way. He's still all in. Still no Hive, still no Infestation Pit, no Spire, no Hydroden, no nothing. It's purely Lingbane Roach Ravager. The soup does lie. Even though Solar has been maxed for quite some time, MaxPax has the more efficient army. And as both armies max out as well, I do favor MaxPax in a head-on fight. But it comes down to the engagement. Bailings, they get caught out. Oh my god. Brutal losses for Solar. His main army's dragged back home as well. And now MaxPax has Colossus. Denying another base. Denying another expansion. And Solar, he's got one big fight in him. And he's pushing in. Stasis is brutal. Bailey Rumbai gets 9 probes. Not bad. Gets a couple of workers. But these are still more efficient trades for the Protoss. Solar trying to go for run-bys. There's a Colossus back at home. Zealots, they hit the northern expansion. Solar is getting pulled apart. Ay. Losing bases, losing workers. And the main army's pushing in. And again, MaxPax has just been outscaling Solar. Solar setting up for that surround. MaxPax does spot it. He pulls back to the ramp. He avoids it. So very nice positional play here from MaxPax. Ooh, he shuts down the Ravagers. Bit of miscontrol. Ravagers, they move command in. One Colossus goes down. That is a nice pickoff, but now you can see the supplies in favor of MaxPax. Again, MaxPax has been in the driver's seat for the past 5 minutes. Has maintained a lead. And it's just been getting worse and worse for Solar. Now Solar's taking up into a Hive, but it's too little too late. As Zealous, they hit the northern expansion once again. It was a bold move for Solar to go for the all-in here in the ace match, but GG gets called. It's not going to be good enough, and MaxPax will take the series 2-1. We'll advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, very nice defense out of MaxPax. He had a solid Stalker army. He was in between his natural and his third. And despite the all-in from Solar, despite being up in that supply, again, we spoke about it, it was a very inefficient army supply as well with Roach Ravager. The longer it went on, the worse it became for the Zerg player. And MaxPax, he holds. Did hold, did snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our 2 finalists. It's going to be another TVP between MaxPax and Clem. Let's go. We have another Terran versus Protoss. And I'm curious here if MaxPax will be able to maintain the momentum that he's had against Clem. If you were missing out on the podcast last week, we did go over all the results of the week, and MaxPax last week at least did have Clem's number. It was very impressive. It was very insane. MaxPax did defeat Clem not just in last week's WardiTV Monday, but also in last week's KSRC as well. So back-to-back, MaxPax did defeat Clem. I believe it was a 3-2 in the Wardy event and a 3-0 in the KSRC event. So last week, MaxPax 2 was popping off. Can he do it again? That is the question. Can he do it again? As we are setting up for those finals. And getting ready for that rematch. Here we go. As we have that TVP. Clem versus MaxPax, best of 5. Vetoes are underway. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Hello, Walrus Jutsu. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Good to see you. Good to see you. It looks like we do need a little bit of time here before the grand finals. Vetoes are underway, so we're going to be going on a very short break. Going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have Clem versus MaxPax best of 5. We'll have it ready for you. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Do we join in? Do we? Oh, okay. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have, oh, I should actually emphasize, welcome, there we go. There we go, all the GLA chaps. Welcome, everyone, welcome to the grand finals of the WardiTV Monday number 9. We are here with the climax, the Clem packs, if you will. We're here with the TVP with the best of 5, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. I did just mention that MaxPax did have his way with Clem twice last week, in last week's WardiTV Monday and also in last week's KSRC, but that was only last week. Before that, and in the history of these two players, especially in the last 6 months, Clem has been heavily favored. Clem is the heavy favorite, but MaxPax has been getting the better of him as of late. We'll see if that trend continues. Bear also in mind that last week's KSRC was on the new patch, so I don't know how indicative that is to how the current meta is between these two players, as of course there are many changes and different maps as well involved in the KSRC, as opposed to the WardiTV. Meanwhile, MaxPax being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC. Clem is going for an economic opener, is going for a single gas, Rax expand. Standard setup here by our Terran player. Meanwhile, MaxPax doing the same. Gate, Cyber, expand, back at home. Here we go. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. Clem going for just a later factory, moving out with his Reaper Scout, trying to get read on the tech of choice for MaxPax. Now, something that we can talk about is that last week in the WardiTV Monday, we were of course covering the events. We covered all 5 games between MaxPax and Clem, and the games that MaxPax did win for the most part, I believe 2 out of the 3 was 4-gate blink. I'll be honest, MaxPax 4-gate blink is what he relied upon whenever he tried to deviate into like a Stargate opener, or like 2-gate blink into a third, or even 3-gate blink, a bit of a safer play or safer build, even robo openers, is where MaxPax did struggle. What he thrived in was his tried and true 4-gate blink stalker, even against Clem. So in saying that, we'll see if he embraces it again. I'm sure he will. But the question becomes, how many times this series? How many times this series are we going to see 4-gate blink? Let's go. Blink is on the way. We have 2 gateways for the time being. Do we see a 3rd and 4th gate? Show us what you got. Show us what you got. As the devs push forward. Oh. They don't quite get the Hellion. Nice control to the Clem. Oh my god. Oh. Nice control. Does pull away. Does save the Hellion. Just barely. Will defend. Will shut down the Adepts. And MaxPax does throw down extra gateways. Now it's just going to be 2 gateways on the low ground, 1 gateway on the high ground. So for the time being, just 3-gate blink out of MaxPax. Going for a very middle of the road opener. With this, he will gain map control, he'll be safe, he'll be sound, and can expand behind it. Assuming he doesn't throw down a 4th gate. Which I feel like he would have by now. So 3-gate blink. Meanwhile, Clem does move out. He did maintain those Hellions. Do have a committed Widowmine drop towards the left, and Hellions on the right. So MaxPax just going for a bit of a safer build initially. 3-gate blink stalkers. I mean, MaxPax, he will have some counterattack potential, but nowhere near as powerful and nowhere near as potent as he would have 4 gateways. MaxPax setting up for his 3rd. Widowmine drop coming in. Does hit the natural. Boys are being pulled. Mine shot's going to be going up. Nice retargeting. Oh my god. Hellies, they get into the mineral line, but the probes, they don't quite come back in time. Just 2 probe kills, Widowmine into the main. MaxPax is keeping up, and he doesn't really lose much of anything. And nice control. 3 probe kills for 3 Widowmines. And the Hellions. And now MaxPax can counterattack. Now, as I did mention before, because of the lack of gateway, MaxPax, he can apply some pressure, he can poke in, but the likelihood of him breaking Clem is going to be that much lower, as Clem has got his tank in position. Nice SimCity, bunker on the low ground, 2nd bunker is on the way. MaxPax actually headed towards the natural. We'll poke in. 4 Stalkers can one-shot SCVs. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 4 SCVs go down. Very nice damage. It was a late reaction out of Clem, getting 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs. Oh my god. 7 SCV kills, and MaxPax to get the hell out of there. And again, he doesn't have to reinforce, doesn't have to warp in more Stalkers. Instead, he expands. All he has to do is expand, get a third, and macro out of this. So a nice start for MaxPax. He shuts down the Widowmine drops. He gets some counter damage done. Takes his third without too much issue. It's going to be on Clem here to recover. He also had a really strong response to this, with 2 bunkers as well. Clem, he might have just thought it was 4-gate Blink, so he's just getting ready for the worst case scenario. You know, MaxPax does reinforce with 4 extra Stalkers, dives into the main. It gets the depot at least, but he shouldn't get much more than that. He gets the depot and then backs off. Ooh. Well, the medevac gets shut down. No drop into the natural. And again, MaxPax is just working on that next step. Working on charge +1. Building up, getting to his 3rd base economy. So just poking in every now and then. Just keeping Clem honest. Even setting up a War Prism on the right-hand side. Interesting. We'll see what he goes for. Meanwhile, Clem is not going for a 2-base all-in. 3rd CC is on the way. Clem for now is at least... Sorry, MaxPax now is at least just containing. Going for a Zealot drop. Charge is almost done. Again, and Clem, he's just waiting for his upgrades before he can break out. And then take his 3rd. I feel like MaxPax ideally wants to wait for the move out. Then he can commit to his aggression. Oh, Clem instead going for an earlier drop. Skirting around the edge. And Clem, he might just come across the Warp Prism. It's going to be close. There we go. He does boost in. Goes for the dive. Goes for the Prism. I will get away. Prism does escape. The drop is spotted. MaxPax getting in position. Ideally, he does want the medevacs. Reinforcing. Nice kiting here out of Clem. The rest of the army has arrived, and Clem breaks out. He has finally broken out. He's pushing. His goal here is to try to break the 4th or even the 3rd. We'll see if he can. Stepping up the ramp. Pushing towards the 4th. MaxPax has completed charge. Does dive in. Very nice force fields. Ooh, nice pick up though out of Clem. Does save most of his army. Very hot pickup. Oh my god, massive tank shots going up. Overcharge gets popped. At the same time, mining is denied here at the 3rd. But Clem, he's not backing off. He's slowly pushing forward. War Prism coming in for a counterattack. Zealot from behind. Yeah, they come in for the surround, and MaxPax, he will clean this up. Or will he? It's going to be close. There's 1 tank left. Oh my god. The 1 tank survives. But it's not going to be enough to keep going. Clem, he gets the hell out of here. Does on siege. Does boost back home. And MaxPax holds. He holds on to the 4th. The game will continue. MaxPax maintaining a base lead. A worker lead as well. So far, so good. Then backing up, taking in towards Ghost production. Ghosts are on the way, 4 CC as well. MaxPax working towards a Dark Shrine. Getting into DT production. Fanning out his Zealots. Looking for any kind of drop play. And the game will calm down. Neither player should really commit yet. Not in this kind of game state. MaxPax is working on all his upgrades. Likewise, Clem is also taking. Clem looking for the War Prism. Zealots are spotted. Autos harass here in the mineral line. Getting 3 probes. Getting 4 probes. Almost 5. Not bad. Does poke in. Clem establishing a 4th. MaxPax trying to come in from behind. Again, MaxPax isn't committing, he's just poking wherever he can. Ideally picking up like a medevac, a Viking. Speaking of, oh! Catching a Marine. Disruptor production has begun. And both players are about to max out. They're about to max. Looking at the units tab, MaxPax is going to have 3 Colossus and soon to be 4 Disruptors. Not bad. Pushing into Winter Mines. Mines just getting baited out. Them is keeping up. Let's keep up with the army. Oof. Big Colossus wipes. Disruptor has arrived. Nova goes up. Clem has to respect it. Remember, this is current patch Novas, so they can one-shot everything. Well, most of it. Or the bio, I should say. They can one-shot the bio. Have to be respected. Clem does get across the map, does deny the 5th. The 6th even. But MaxPax does commit. Nova goes off, gets a ghost. Oh! Nice split. Nice spread out of Clem. But does take it over to the face. Massive connection. Does force a recall. Clem committing across the map. But the army does escape. Oh, the Disruptor. A bit of miscontrol. Disruptor gets thrown away. Colossus did survive. At the same time, DTs, they hit the mineral lines. 10, 11 SCV kills already. Not bad. Forcing Clem back home. He's still active with those drops. But the main army is stuck back at home instead. Damn, still maxed out. Oh, tries to drop in. Oh, loses a full medevac. Medevac goes down. MaxPax, he's holding his own. Looking at the army supply though, he's only got 2 Disruptors. That's not many. Both Colossus go down. Massive pickups. MaxPax just trying to rely on a very heavy gateway army instead, but against Mascos, against the EMPs, I'm not too sure of this. No splash damage. Nova goes up. Zones away. Second Nova. Oh my god, massive connection. CC goes down. At the same time, DTs, they hit the Southern Expansion as well. Planetary falls. 2 bases go down instantly. Clem is hurting. He just doesn't have enough to keep pushing. Massive army keeps them at bay. Vikings, they have to land. MaxPax, he trades well. And behind this, he's getting a 6th base up and running. He's on 6 bases against a 3 base setup here of Clem. He has no economy. He has no bases. This is his main. His main is floating over to land as a 4th. War Prism survives. And Clem, he has to push in. He's running out of steam, running out of minerals, running out of gas. Clem is broke. And he has to commit. Still only 2 Disruptors. There he goes up. That doesn't quite connect. Clem, he can hold his own. Takes out all the Zealots. Pushing on top of the Stalkers. Clem does have the better army. Finds the final Disruptor. Does focus it down. And with this army, Clem, can he end the game? Oh, running out of Sims though. Medivacs are running out of energy. Zealous, they reinforce. Max Paxy's buying time. Picking up a Marauder here and there. Clem stuck defending against the DTs. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Max Pax. Max Pax, he has the better economy. He has income. Them trying to keep up, lands an EMP. Pushing on the left-hand side as well. Does Clem have enough? Now there's a Colossus. And the Colossus has arrived. Clem trying to come in from behind. Does dive in. Gets a Colossus. Takes out the main army. Yeah, massive fight for Clem. He breaks the left-hand base. Doesn't quite have enough on the right. Has to pull back. But he does get an expansion nonetheless. Base goes down. Mineral line as well. Clem, he's still in this. This is what he needed to deny an expansion while he gets his own. Remember, this is the main that's floated over. Likewise, this is the natural. The natural has lifted. It's floated over to take a 5th. Clem just squeezing the most out of these bases. He's on 3 CC. He's trying to hold on. Yeah, brutally impede on the Stalkers. At the same time, Zealous, they hit the left-hand side. Clem out of position, didn't move out. Has to race back. Maybe 6 SCV kills. Disruptors have arrived as well. Clem does defend. Max Pax is maxed out. Has a terrifying army. He's up to 4 Disruptors and 3 Colossi. And Clem, he can't afford to lose the space. He has to fight. What's going on? No major connection. Oh god! Oh, massive connections! Yeah, they take down the Marauders, some of the Ghosts. And Max Pax, he can push in. He's snowballing out of control. Clem, he just can't keep up with these trades. He doesn't have the economy for it. Doesn't have the bank. The CC goes down. Clem is down to 2 orbitals. 2 bases left. It's been impressive what Clem can do, especially with his army control, but it's just a numbers game at this point. GG gets called, and Max Pax will take game number 1. GG. Max Pax does take a lead in the series. Again, both players that were keeping up, they were maxing out. Clem was even taking some, at times, better fights as well, but at a certain point, Max Pax was able to just eviscerate the economy with the mass DTs. Remember, it was a mass DT counterattack that took down the bottom left-hand planetary, and likewise, the main army of Max Pax took down top right as well. Just base after base falling. Oh. Oh. Okay. Jesus. And with that, Max Pax does take a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into that second game. As a reminder as well, I mean, Clem's opener was also a very committed Widowmine drop. Remember, it was 4 Widowmines. It wasn't quite worth it in the end. Likewise, Max Pax was able to do quite well with his 3-gate blink, bearing in mind that it wasn't a committed build, so he was still picking off SCVs, dealing damage to the economy, while taking behind it. Just a very strong start, a very strong game there for Max Pax. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Max Pax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Terran player, the French Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Clem. We go. MaxPax does move out. This time Clem switching it up, going for a double gas opener. Double gas into a faster factory. And we'll see what Clem does embrace here. Again, with that past factory, he can go into a more committed mine drop. He can, I mean, drilling claw builds and openers have kind of fallen out of fashion. They were kind of killed after the previous patch in the year. But can open up Cyclone, can go and work towards a Banshee-based opener. Into a tank push. We'll see. We'll see where he takes us. As a big shout out to Bomb Call in the chat. Papi God. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. 2 meses. Thank you so much. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thanks to the support we get in the chat, we're able to fund our tournaments and host our events. So thank you. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Quack, papi. Quack. Oh, love the stream. Gracias. Gracias. We are settling in. Again, we're still in the early games here of the finals. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping this is not a 3-0, that we're able to get into game 4, potentially even the ace match. We'll see. Meanwhile, the Reaper is forced out. Did not quite see the tech. It is going to be another Twilight Council open out of MaxPax. Winding it back a little bit. As a reminder, game 1, MaxPax did open up 3-gate blink, not 4-gate. He opened up 3-gate blink, and he did very well with it as well. He was able to shut down the 4 Widowmine drop out of Clem. He was able to get a lot of SCV kills across the map, and force an overreaction out of the Terran player as well. But Clem, he does invest into a second Reaper, does commit, does get eyes on the Twilight Council, plus into the mineral line, gets 1 probe so far, gets 2 probes. Not bad. 2, 3 probe kills. As the Reaper looks like it's going to give its life for another worker. 4 probes go down for 2 Reapers and a full scout as well. Not a bad trade for Clem. Not a bad trade. We spoke about the double gas opener earlier. It is for the Cyclone follow-up. Catching out the Adept. Getting a couple of hits in. Behind this, Clem getting to his 1-1-1. Going for a less committed Widowmine drop. Last game was 4 Widowmines. This time should be up to 2. Not as committed. MaxPax making his way into the mineral line, gets 1 SCV. It's 1 SCV kill. Clem moving out with that drop. MaxPax reinforcing, going up to 4 Stalkers. Uh-oh. And Clem did skip the bunker. Can MaxPax break him? I think he can. Clem caught out in the open. Marine goes down. The boys, they have to be pulled. Cyclone gets picked off. Massive pick off. At the same time, Widowmine Drill comes in. Gets 2 probes. Nothing major. And the Stalkers, they have control of the natural. They force Clem back again. Clem, he chose to skip the bunker. And to commit to the mine drop. SCV's going down. Oof. Picking up Marines as well. 2 SCVs and a Marine. Meanwhile, Widowmine drop back into the main. Widowmines to survive. Oh. And they will get some extra probes. Not bad. 2 more workers go down. Getting a 3rd. That's 5 probe kills for 1 Widowmine. And not a bad exchange for Clem. Is fighting back. Oh my god, Jesus. As, again with the double gas opener, Clem followed it up from a mine drop into Banshee. No cloak. Banshee does back off. When it comes to the gateways, it's only 3-gate blink, not 4. MaxPax has map control. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time. Bunker has been built. Bases are secure, but MaxPax, he can get behind the mineral line. Oh! Going for the Marines. Gets 1. But he can try to blink over here towards the right-hand side, out of range of the tank and the bunker. And he will. Again, this is one of the features of Crimson Court, is how large the natural is. MaxPax can abuse that. Picking up Marines, forcing out an auto turret, does lose a single Stalker. Very nice trades here out of MaxPax. Does kite well. Behind this, taking a third. Stim is still on the way. MaxPax rotating into the main. There is a tank in position, but the tank is looking quite vulnerable. He sees it. He didn't even go for Stim. He's getting +1. The eBay is so exposed. Boys are being pulled. Can Clem save it? Oh, can he save it? He can. Oh, barely. Saves the Raven, saves the eBay. Clem holds. MaxPax reinforcing. That Stalker count getting very high. Rotating around. Blinks in, gets a tank. Tank goes down. Bunker as well. Boys are being pulled, but it's a little bit too late. Yeah, the repairs are not in time. Raven gets picked off as well. Oh, that wasn't a free trade though. That was a lot of Stalkers falling. That was 9 Stalker kills. That was a rough loss for MaxPax. It wasn't for free. And what did he get for that? He got a tank, a bunker, and a Raven. And Clem will eventually break out. He'll break out, take his third, and build up from here. Back at home, once again, MaxPax going for a very gateway-heavy composition, going into charge, +1. He's not rushing into Colossus or Disruptors or Storm. Some more Swarm Toss army. Here comes Clem's move out. He's got 2 tanks instead of 3, so he's down a tank. Pushing forward, force fields are available. They will slow down the army. Big tank blows go up. They force the overcharge. Overcharge gets popped. MaxPax across the map to harass. The overcharge putting in a lot of work, but Clem, he wants the expansion. Does he have enough? He takes down the Immortal. Massive pickup. Immortal goes down. Nice kiting here against Zealous. GG gets called Clem. He overwhelms the army, and Clem will tap the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax, he did get a little bit too excited when he was harassing. If you remember, he was doing very well. He was picking up some SCVs, he was trading with the army, but we saw that final engagement go very poorly for MaxPax when he lost 9 Stalkers. When he dove into the natural, when he dove onto the tank, he did get punished for it, and it wasn't worth it in the end. After he lost 9 Stalkers, he lost map control. He lost map control, which means that he could not slow down the army, and Clem snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax just getting too excited, a little bit too cavalier, gets punished for it, showing that again you can't make those mistakes here. Not against a player like Clem. He will punish you. Will punish. And with that, we have a series. We have a back and forth. We're getting into game 3. At least 2 more games ahead of us. I mean, ideally, we get an ace match. We go all the way to game 5. But it's up to our players. Still says MaxPax versus all. Oh god. Sorry. My apologies. Gracias, papi, gracias. Alright, has been fixed. Has been fixed. But I forgot to change it for Hero versus Clem and for oh wait, no, sorry. I just forgot to change it for the finals. Has been updated. Thank you. As we are getting into game 3. Game number 3. Here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkiona, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, being forced into a tied-up series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Again, this time he was able to weather the storm. This time he was able to defend, fortify himself, punish some of the over-aggression of MaxPax, and snowball from there. Again, showing that you have to be on your toes, and you have to be not just decisive, but also you have to be respecting of Clem's defensive setup. As Clem was punished, as MaxPax was punished in that last game. And we'll see where we go from here. Fun fact, MaxPax has yet to actually embrace 4-gate Blink Stalker. Hasn't happened yet. It's been 3 gates, game 1 and in game 2. So MaxPax is moving in. Getting a scout in the main. And once again, double gas. Double gas opener from Clem. We saw in the previous game that this was for initially Cyclone into Widowmine drop into Banshee. But again, Clem, he does have options with how he wants to tech and how he wants to use all this gas. Factory being placed further back. Interesting. Likewise, MaxPax opening up. Gate cyber expand. Ooh, and MaxPax spicing it up here, going for a proxy pylon, setting up for a proxy gateway. Okay. Do have my attention. MaxPax going to be more aggressive, more assertive here in game 3. Reaper Scout is denied. And there's that proxy gateway. Just designed to reinforce across the map. To be that much more aggressive. Getting into his 3-gate setup. Clem's still looking for a way in. Doesn't find one. And so far it is the same opener as previously. Double Reaper into a Cyclone. Into a Mine Drop. As Reapers are diving to the mineral line, 1 Reaper goes down. Oh, not the best trade here from Clem. MaxPax, he defends well. The Widow Mines are on the way, once again for another drop. And MaxPax does open Twilight Council. He's on 3 gates so far. I'm feeling a 4-gate setup. I'm feeling it. Like, playing 3-gate 2 games in a row makes sense to do it here. Sorry, 2 games in a row makes sense to do it here in game 3. We'll see. But now Cyclone gaining ground, going for the Stalkers. 1 Stalker goes down. Nice pickup. He gets 1. He wants the other. Oh! Onomas does get it. Catches both Stalkers. Probes, they come in for a surround, but the Cyclone does get away. Oh, I spoke too soon. The Probes, they shut down the Cyclone. As Clem is distracted back at home. Boys are being pulled. He's got 2 Marines to defend. Oh my god. Yeah, against 3 Stalkers. MaxPax does punish. 1 Stalker gets surrounded. A nice juggling. Oh, saves the Widowmine. For a little bit longer, but MaxPax is overwhelming. There's nothing here. There's just nothing here to defend. Clem is caught with his pants down. Getting a little bit too excited, sending his first Cyclone across the map means he can't defend. And MaxPax, he has control of the natural, gets 5 SCV kills, pushing into the main. And he can reinforce. He can reinforce with that proxy gateway. These are vanilla Marines for Clem. He has to pull more SCVs. But MaxPax, he doesn't slow down. And this is just too much. There's a tank, but it can be targeted as well. The tank, no! Tank goes down as well. GG gets called. And before we can even get into the game, MaxPax will take a lead 2-1. GG. GG, well played again. Clem just being overly aggressive and was punished because of that proxy gateway. MaxPax, he was able to reinforce on the other side of the map. He was able to avoid the Cyclone. Did lose some Stalkers to the Cyclone, that is true, but didn't lose any workers, and was able to catch Clem mid-transition. GG. GG, well played. Very fast game 3 there. And MaxPax is now 1 game away from becoming our champion. Onomas, 1 more game is all he needs to claim the win here. And the pressure is now on Clem. Pressure is on. He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And we'll see what he goes for as we're loading into site Delta. I'm going to be loading into site Delta. Again, the third bases are quite open, quite wide open. Not a bad map for something like 4-gate Blink as well. MaxPax is yet to embrace it. He might just not do it at all. That'd be crazy. We'll see. We shall see a spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Leading the series 2-1. Onomas, one more game is all he needs. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And the pressure is on. MaxPax once again moving out with that probe and going for the proxy. Let's go. MaxPax is setting up for the initial proxy gateway. This is much more aggressive than previously. Remember, last game it was a gate, cyber opener into a nexus, into a proxy pylon much later. This time the first gateways are being proxied. Let's go. Gateway is across the map. And even though Clem has been going for double gas openers for the past 2 games, does he go for a rack expand? It looks like it. Single gas opener. That means that Clem, he's going to delay his factory. He's going for a faster CC, most likely on the low ground. And this is working well for MaxPax. This is going to be ideal for the Protoss. Again, because of the economic opener, that means that Clem is going to have that much less to defend. He's going Marine first. He's not going Reaper. So no SCV scouts, no Reaper scouts. Marine into reactor, into factory. I'm worried for Clem. Now, there is no Cyber Core, actually. My apologies. So it's just going to be the Zealot. Zealot's being chronoed. Ooh, okay. It's going to be Marine into Reaper, not Marine into Reactor, thankfully. And Clem, he scouts. Oh my god, he scouts. He confirms. He gets eyes on the proxy. He's fully aware of what's going on. And he's setting up. There we go. Bunker's already on the way. He delays the CC to throw down the bunker. Zealot does arrive. Going for the building SCVs. More boys being pulled. One SCV goes down, but so far a solid hold here from Clem. Oh, losing a second worker. A third worker even. But with the help of the Marine and now the Reaper, he should be okay. Clem, he should be able to defend. Oh my gosh, I say that, losing another SCV. Another SCV goes down. Zealot does dive into the main. Stalker's on the way. It's another worker. Jesus. That's 5 SCV kills. Bunker does complete. And with the completion of the bunker, I mean, now Clem, he can deal with this Stalker. Bleeds out a Marine. Forces it back. And again, if Clem hadn't scouted, if he didn't check for the gateway, I mean, this bunker would not be here. Would not be here. MaxPax would have a much stronger start to the game. So important that Clem did react the way that he did, that he scattered how he did as well. And now we have a game. We do have a game. Oh god, but MaxPax, he has gotten quite a lot of economic damage already. He's gotten 5 SCVs, denies mining. He wants another. Oh, he gets it. 6 SCV kills. The Reaper does bust into the main. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener from MaxPax, working towards Blink. The Reaper is going to be trapped. Oh, I say that, does he? Yeah. The whole position probe. And the Reaper is locked down. Nice movement there from MaxPax. The Hellion has arrived. Gets a couple of shots off. Oh, one of us, one more. Oh my god, he gets 2 probes. Gets 3. Yeah, that should not have happened. The workers did line up. At the same time, MaxPax focusing across the map. He warps in 4 adepts. Oof. And both players are hurting. That was 3 probe kills, but at the same time, and Clem, his economy is still lackluster. Traps are denied. But again, their presence is denying any kind of mining time. Voids are being pulled. 3 SCVs go down. Stalkers are coming in from behind, going for the Marines. There's 3 Marines left. Oh, the juggling. Oh. Yeah, with help of the mic, with help of the medevac, CranKy should be okay. Takes down the Stalkers. More Stalkers waddling in. Max Packs overextending. Has to back off. And now with the help of the Cyclone, CranKy should be able to hold his own. Does target down the Cyclone. Takes down both Stalkers. Very nice control. The juggling saves the Cyclone. Ooh, Adept shades into the main. Oh my god. Yeah, such a chaotic game state here. Pylon goes down, but the Warpin finishes. Oh my god. Kleb saving the Marines up. Most of them, not all of them. Oh my god. Denying the shots. The micro. Jesus. Clem styling on Max Packs a little bit here. Does not lose the Cyclone. Refuses. Takes down 1 Stalker. Takes down 2. Takes down 3. Oh my god. And he's going for the final Stalker with 1 Cyclone. Crazy. Clem, calm down. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Clem, he holds. He does hold in style. Shuts down the gateway. Saturating his mineral line. But what I should say, despite how much flair there was to that defense, the worker count, the SCV kills. It was 11 SCV kills here. That is not insignificant. Max Packs does have an economic lead. He's going for a 3rd base. There is still a lot of pressure on Clem as he's moving out with his Widow Mine. And back at home, Max Packs did open Blink into a bay towards Colossus. Does move out in between the bases. Max Packs so far keeping up. Does keep the medevac pinned. Does keep him pinned back for now. And now we can take a moment to breathe. We can stabilize. Max Packs getting into his 3rd base. Likewise, Clem stabilizing on 2 bases as well, getting to stim, combat shields. No 3rd CC yet, but I imagine soon to be on the way. There we go. Speaking of, there's that 3rd command center. Has now been thrown down. Oh my god. See in the chat, does Max Packs ever cannon rush? I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen that in recent years. Like, I want to say that maybe I have like a preserved memory of Max Packs cannon rushing like back in like 2020, maybe like once or something, but it's not really something that he does. Not a part of his repertoire. We've seen all the Korean protesters do it. Like we've seen Hero, Classic, Nightmare. Oh, maybe not Nightmare, but Hero, Classic, Trap. Depending on the game state, especially in PvZ. On Alkione, if you know, you know. But here we go. Clemmy breaks down. He's moving out with his army. There's the Colossus, of course, waiting for this in the center of the map. Max is trying to slow this down, trying to force a siege. But Clemmy does have the army supply lead. 2nd shield battery is on the way. Overcharge is going to be available as well. Max Packs does have a couple of force fields. Oh, knocks down the army. Popping up here at a Clem. Does preserve his units. Baits out the force fields. From here he can back off, he can rotate, but a 2nd Colossus has arrived just in time. And with 2 Colossus, Max Packs he can hold. He can hold on. It collapses in, going for the tank. Tank goes down. And there's the overcharge. And Max Packs, he shuts down the aggression. He does hold on to his 3rd base. Them going for a drop instead. He knows he cannot break this head on. Does rally reinforcements across the map. Doom drop into the main. Gets a pylon, forces a recall. Them trying to pull Max Packs apart. Oh. Nice split. Nice split out of Max Packs. Drop in the main is deflected. The push here at the 3rd also deflected as well. MaxPax, he's keeping up. Does keep up. His supply blocks. Oh, and that will slow him down. Meanwhile, Clem is still rallying across, getting his third base behind this. He's getting fully saturated. Ghost Academy on the way as well. I see the chat. Terran doesn't get blink. Clem, watch this. Oh no. Crazy. Clem is still looking for an opening. He's looking for an opening. Looks like he will come across the Zealot run by at least. Does find it. Oh, I spoke too soon. No, never mind. The Zealots, they thread the needle. They make it back home. Game will slow down. Clem again, he most likely doesn't want to push out without his ghosts. His ghosts are slowly building up. Viking production as well. MaxPax has gained map control. There is still that double drop towards the main. Can try to force a recall. Recall is on cooldown. Meanwhile, the drop is within range. MaxPax committing. At the same time, War Prism into the main as well. We're going for the drops. Double drop into the main, Prism into the main as well. Main army pushes in towards the third. Vikings, they take a lot of hits from those Archons. And the boys are being pulled into 3 Colossus. Oh my god! The Colossus go hand, they shut down the mineral line. Massive warp into the main. And Clem is being torn apart. Gets 1 Colossus, but only 1. But the drop is getting damage done across the map. But the main army, can Clem deal with it? A couple of Colossus shots get wasted on the supply depot. Clemmy's holding. Forces back some of the army, takes down the Colossus, but what about the Stalkers? They're still holding their own, sniping Ghosts. Yeah, Ghosts go down, Zealots are wreaking havoc in the main. And we kind of have a base trade, kind of. Stalkers are being forced back, and Clemmy's still being active with those drops. He's going for the third. The final base here of MaxPax. Gave up on the natural, gave up on the main. And there's the recall. But it looks like Clem might just have too much. There's no shield battery. No shield battery, no overcharge. And Clem, he has done it. Takes down the workers. Only 2 Stalkers left. GG gets called, and Clem with the counter drop will tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. 2 full medevacs in a dream. They killed the main. They depowered all the gateways. They denied the natural. It was that double drop that basically won the game for Clem. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. I mean, I say that, of course, it was a very wild and dynamic setup in the early game as well, going for the proxy gateway. We had the adept Stalker aggression. We had the wild micro out of Clem. Very intense game. In the end, it did lead to a pseudo-base trade. Alas, MaxPax didn't quite have enough to commit to it. Likewise, he also had a bit of miscontrol with his Colossus. We saw some wasted shots on buildings as opposed to on the army. And in the end, we have a game 5. Let's go. We have a game 5. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Ghost River. Oh boy. We go. Also, hello, Miro. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Been a long time, papi. Been a long time. Here we go. We're getting into that ace, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss. The red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back and take that momentum away from Clem? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. The recall felt wrong to me. I feel like it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. The reality is that MaxPax had nothing at home to defend, so he would have lost everything to the double drop anyway. Meanwhile, when it comes to his stalkers that were across the map, he actually, it looked like he did not have enough to actually kill everything of Clem. With the boys being pulled and with what little reinforcements that Clem had, he was holding. So it wasn't like a proper base trade where both players were losing buildings and both players were losing across the map. It did feel like Clem was winning at home and across the map as well. Like, it was it was just a rough position there for MaxPax. Regardless, here we go. We are getting into the ace match, getting into game 5. Oh. And once again, double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory. This can lead into, once again, an earlier Widowmine drop. Honestly, I'm not too fond of the Widowmine drops. We've seen them a couple of times so far in this series, and they often haven't really done much damage across the map. Haven't necessarily been worth it. But we'll see. We'll see what Clem goes for, as the factory is on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, MaxPax just going for the gate cyber expand, standard opener so far. Now, we have yet to experience MaxPax's 4-gate blink this series. Is this the time? Is this it? Do we throw down the gates? Do we embrace 4-gate blink? I mean, not the worst map for it, not gonna lie. We have seen MaxPax overwhelm Clem with 4-gate blink on Ghost River before. We'll see if he does it again. Meanwhile, there's a CC on location. Regardless, this time there's no proxy from MaxPax. Not this early on. Not like the last game. As the Reaper pokes in. Rotating into the main. Twilight Council gets thrown down. Clem does scout, does confirm. Is aware of the blink. Now, technically, this could be like a Dark Shrine opener. Like, it could be for DTs, but that is a very niche build, and it is something that MaxPax has done before. I just don't think it's something that he's willing to embrace here in the ace match. He's not that crazy. Not that wild. Meanwhile, safety shield battery here at the natural. Twilight Council is done. Blink is on the way. Clem can confirm. Dips in. Gets eyes on the researching Twilight Council. So he knows. Is aware. Meanwhile, with the initial double gas opener, it led into a Cyclone opener, into a Raven follow-up, not Banshee. Does open Raven. With this, he can harass across the map. He has detection, of course, as well, in case it was something crazy like DTs. Gateways are being thrown down. And he's doing it! Let's go! Count with us, but we have 2 gateways in the main, and we have 2 gateways at the natural. Finally, I've been waiting all series. I've been waiting all 5 games. We've seen 3-gate blink quite often this series, but finally, 4-gate blink stalker. Let's go. It is MaxPax. It's him. He is him, but it's crazy. And again, this is how MaxPax was able to beat Clem last week. MaxPax multiple games, in last week's series did go 4-gate blink and did overwhelm Clem. We'll see if we can do so this time. I was saying multiple games and multiple times at once. It all melded together. Meanwhile, Clem is setting up. Adept does come into the shade. So far, very nice SimCity, very aesthetic. Walling up and walling off. Tank takes a couple of hits. Second tank is on the way. And MaxPax is pushing. Is moving out. And of course, the power of 4-gate blink is that he can dive into the main or poke in towards the natural. Now, both tanks are in the main base. Bear that in mind. The natural is that much more exposed. MaxPax poking in, gets a Marine. Gets 2. Boys are being pulled, going for the Cyclone. Cyclone does go down. And MaxPax doesn't lose a single stalker, not yet. So very nice trades, but no major pickoffs outside of the Cyclone. MaxPax getting his throat behind this. Again, he's not all in. I mean, 4-gate blink isn't all in. Oh, the Observer! He saves it! He's crazy! Snipes the Raven! Oh my god. The Observer survives? I mean, that was the point of the Raven. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Max. Where does he go? He does spot the tanks. Oh, he wants it. Does want the tank. He gets one. Within range of the other, though. Oh, I don't think that was worth it. Oh my god, so many Stalkers go down. Ay, ay, ay. That was how many? That was 8. 8 Stalkers for 1 tank. Not a good start for Max. Again, he just wasn't expecting the tank further back, I don't think. Observer gets sniped. He's pushing in, but the bunkers, they're holding strong. And Clem is holding. Max going for economic damage instead. The Marines are keeping up. They zone away the Prism. There's no Observer, there's no high-ground vision, and yeah, Clem is secure. He is secure. Behind this, Max, sure, he's getting his turret up and running, and he's taking into charge on +1. But ideally, with 4-gate blink, you are quite committed, and you need more damage. You need to pick off more units, more tanks, more CVs. He's blinking into the main. And he can force a cancel on the third. Oh! Does force a cancel. Not bad. But Stim is done. Stim is completed. Delaying the third is good, but that won't delay the move out. Because Clem is waiting for his upgrades. Waiting for combat shield. Sorry, waiting for combat shield Stim. Oh, Stim is done. Concussive shell, +1. And then Clem can push. And when he does, that's when I'm most concerned for Max. I'm going to be very concerned. Setting up for a Zealot drop. Observer was replaced. Oh, Max, did he spot that medevac? Yeah, getting in position, he knows. He's looking for it. Does miss it though. Medevac gets out. Max pulling back. There's the salvage. And Max actually does spot the army. See Max in position here towards the left-hand side. Getting a 4th expansion. The main army of Clem's being dragged out towards the south, but it does turn back around. Their base getting up. Up. And he's pushing. We go Clem. He is breaking out. At the same time, Max is going for a Zealot run by. Headed towards the 3rd base mineral line. He will eventually get there. But what about the main push? It's going to be how many tanks? It's going to be 3 tanks. 11 Marauders. And a massive amount of Marine. Clem, he does get into the mineral line. Does hit the 4th. Stims on in. There's the overcharge, but there's just so much bio. He's going for the Colossus. Colossus goes down. Massive pickoff. And there's almost nothing left. There's 2 Stalkers and an Immortal. That's all that's left here. The Immortal goes down. The overcharge doesn't even matter. It does nothing, Pat. And Clem, he overwhelms. Again, 4-gate blink, needed more damage, needed a better trade. And it just wasn't worth it for Max. Not losing that many Stalkers that early on. He's going to try to chase this down, but the kiting is too good. And Clem, he has done it. He's getting his revenge. Last week, Max defeated Clem twice in the WardiTV Monday and also in the KSRC. But now, Clem, he's out for blood. Gets 11 probes, Stims on in towards the natural. Colossus has arrived. With the help of the Colossus, Max he is holding on. But Clem, he's just rallying. He's just rallying across the map. He knows how close he is to breaking the Protoss. He doesn't stop. No chill. Yeah, Stims in once again. Goes to the Colossus, brings it down. Clem is running out of steam at least a little bit. Oh god, no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. GG gets called. Clem overwhelms, and Clem will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. Again, Max, I do appreciate that he did embrace 4-gate blink towards the end of the series here in the ace match, but as we did mention, he just wasn't able to gain enough value with it. We saw that Max, he made a critical choice, which was he saw the tank on the high ground, he dove on it. It took him like 3 volleys to get the tank, and he lost 9 stalkers in the process. Just like that, momentum swung in favor of Clem. Just like that, especially when you're going 4-gate blink, you have to preserve your stalkers over time. You have to take care of them. You have to look after them. You can't afford those losses. And upon losing that many, Clem, he was looking that much more secure. And by the time he broke out, he snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. As, yeah, Clem gets his revenge. Does get his revenge here in the end. But if you're a fan of Max, do not worry, do not fret, because I'm sure there's going to be another rematch in a couple of hours. We won't be casting. I'm going to be going to bed, as I'm going to be casting the Pigosaur Monday in what, like 7 hours? Like 7 hours time. We're going to be covering another event. But before the Pigosaur Monday, we have the KSRC, that is the Colaris Steadfast Roddy Cup, and I believe that's casted mainly by Rotterdam, by Steadfast, Zombie Grub, sometimes Chicken Man and Dave Testa. It's open to all community casters. Is open. And I would love to cast it, but I would like some sleep at some point. This was already our second cast today. We casted KSL earlier, and now we covered the WardiTV Monday. Tomorrow we have 2 more events. We have the Pigosaur Cup, and we have Alima League as well. So I'm pacing myself. I'm pacing myself. But yeah, the KSRC is more catered towards the European-friendly time zone, so I guarantee you that Clem and Max are going to be a part of that, and there's a very high chance that they have a rematch, that they have another rematch, and we'll see if Max fights back and is able to get his revenge here against Clem, or if Clem maintains his dominance here tonight. We'll see. We shall see. So again, best of luck, and for those of you that do watch that tournament, hope you enjoy yourselves. Hope you do enjoy. I think the event already started. Am I crazy? It's starting in 24 minutes. Okay, it's starting in 24 minutes. Meanwhile, the Pigosaur Monday is in 8 hours. 8 hours time. So I'm going to be able to get a couple of hours sleep, 4 to 5 hours, then wake up, get into casting, then have another nap, and then wake up and get into some more casting as well. I say that, originally we were meant to be the English casters for the Alima League tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I may have to, I don't mind being transparent about this, I might have to admin instead. Just because there are some technical issues that are going on. So if that's the case, there might not be an English stream. We might do a replay cast. We might be able to work on that, actually. True. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, whether we cast live or via replays. We'll see what happens with Alima League. Regardless, do check it out over on CranK's channel. If you're curious what exactly is Alima League, especially if you're maybe a newer viewer of StarCraft, Alima League is a very notorious tournament. It was the OG kind of crowdfunded event, very successful back in the day. It was an open weekly tournament catered towards the Korean time zone. And back in the day, it was covered by, of course, covered by CranKy in Korean, but covered by like Base Trade in English, some Wardy at times. Handed over to Maynard towards the end as well. Did kind of come to an end a couple of years ago, which was a little bit sad. Which was a little bit, it was it definitely has its place in the history of StarCraft, and Alima League did eventually come to an end, but has since returned. Has returned starting this week. But it is a little bit different. Instead of there being like a crowdfunded Patreon for it, there is a main sponsor. The main sponsor is Chijik. I did look into how to pronounce it. Chijik. Chijik is a Korean streaming platform. The reason why some of these Korean platforms have risen up is because the Korean servers are no longer, basically Twitch no longer supports Korean broadcasters. That did occur, at the start of the year? Did occur quite some time ago. Because of that, there was an exodus of Korean broadcasters and Korean content from Twitch, and instead they have risen up with their own streaming platforms instead. That is Soup. Soup used to be Afrika TV, and of course Chijik, which is the Naver platform, which has made their own version of Twitch, basically. You can see in chat. We've had a workaround. Oh, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. But yes, so because of that, if you're interested, if you want to tune in to the return of the Alima League, which is amazing, by the way. Elite League. And again, we're going to be the official English casters for that. Honestly, it feels kind of surreal because, for those who don't know, the CranKy Ducklings, we started back in 2016, 2017. We originated as kind of like the English fan base of Crank. That's why we named ourselves the CranKy Ducklings. It was to pay tribute to Crank. Crank, he is Jaewon Choi. He was a Korean Protoss player on Axiom. Axiom was Total Biscuit's esports team back in the day, and Crank was the captain of Axiom. And back in the day, Crank used to stream in English. He does have really good English. He used to stream in English. He used to make content. Infamously, he would basically take strategies from the chat. He would take like viewer strategies, and I think he's got like a really popular video where Crank he won a game on Arena while also playing Hearthstone. He was like tabbing back and forth, like playing SC2 and Hearthstone at the same time, and he won both games. did win both games. Yeah, he used to stream very often. Of course, things did occur, and Crank, he over time did make a hard decision to start focusing on Korean content. He started focusing on Korean content. Nowadays, Crank is kind of like, I don't know, like the logo of Korea, right? Like Crank, he makes a lot of content. He's like the main Korean caster nowadays, and he's quite successful. He is quite successful. But that meant that the English community that he had fostered, we couldn't really follow him because, you know, he's streaming and talking in Korean, so it's kind of hard for his foreign fan base. So instead, we branched off and we peeled off and we kind of made our own thing. We wanted to do our own part for the StarCraft community. We founded the CranKy Ducklings. The reason why we're Ducklings is because back in the day, Crank, his mascot was a duck. He had a little plushie. He had a little duck plushie. That was his mascot. So Crank, he has no like inner workings or kind of inner relations when it comes to the organization of the CranKy Ducklings. It's just like a tribute. It's like a tribute to Crank, you know, to pay homage to kind of where we all found each other. So yeah, that's kind of where we started, and of course, you know, Elite League was a big part of that as well, a big part of Crank. So for things to go full circle and for us to be casting in a way alongside Crank and to be covering Elite League, it's very nice, kind of honor for us as well. Thank you. So thanks. So shout out to Oli, shout out to Crank for organizing and for bringing us into the fold as well. Thank you. Do appreciate it. It's always wholesome whenever we cast like a big event and Crank is also casting as well. Like that feels good. And despite the fact that it's been so long, like it's been many years since we've interacted in any kind of big way, but every now and then we run into each other. Feels good, man. Feels good. So yeah, we're going to be covering Elite League tomorrow and the weeks thereafter as well, so do look forward to it. Also, as is being posted in the chat with the link, because Elite League is sponsored by Chijik, that also means that we cannot stream on Twitch. We cannot stream the event on Twitch. It's going to be streamed on the Korean streaming platform. We have made our own account. You guys can follow it if you wish. Bit of a PSA, I believe, depending on where you are in the world, it's not necessarily the best connection to the Korean streaming platform because they mainly have Korean servers. Because of that, depending on routing, depending on where you are in the world, you might have some issues watching. That is not a guarantee, but that may be the case. We were testing earlier. I'm from Australia, so here in Australia, the connection to Korea is actually pretty good. So watching from Southeast Asia or watching from Oceania seems fine, but we have heard from accounts from European viewers and North American viewers and Latin American viewers that there might be like some buffering and yeah, just watching on the Chijik platform might be a little bit more difficult. If that's the case, I mean, you can still tune in, you can still test it out yourself, but we will be uploading the VODs on YouTube. We cannot stream on YouTube, but we'll be uploading the VODs of Elite League on YouTube, so you can watch it at a later time if you wish. So the VODs are going to be there on the YouTube channel. If you guys want to tune in, exclamation mark, YouTube. I got you. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. You'll get a link to our YouTube page, YouTube channel. We do upload on a daily basis. Plenty of VODs, plenty of content on YouTube. If you miss us live, if you want to tune in, YouTube is the place to be. Likewise, we are also streaming on, or co-streaming currently on YouTube as well. So we have the live streaming VOD here on Twitch and on YouTube. It's all there. But again, specifically for Elite League, we won't be live streaming to YouTube. Only VODs. only VODs instead. But I'll do my best to be as fast as possible when it comes to uploading those VODs and bringing them to you as quickly as I can. Do my best. Oh. Still casting in English on Chizik? Yeah. Yo, I can't cast in Korean. That's crazy. I got 안녕 하세요 and 사랑해, and that's all I got. that's all I got, pa. I can't cast. No. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Is Clem washed? He won the tournament. What do you mean? Here we go. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. If you guys want to stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. So do stick around and do check out whoever is streaming. Let's find out here. Who's live? Who is live at the moment? We have not too many people, actually. I guess Steadfast and Rotterdam, they're just now going live because of KSRC. True. Could give them a raid. Zombie Gob is playing Deadlock. So we'll send some love over to the other English casters. So yeah, stick around. KSRC is about to begin in 15 minutes. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go get some rest, and I'll see you guys in 8 hours for the Pigosaur Monday. See you then. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.